Receive westbound approaching the CW extension, or are you actually in the Northgate Village Apartments now?
Well, I can tell you it's been a very, very dangerous and extremely fast pursuit. They've been chasing that van right there. Now,
He is. That's exactly what he's doing. Hi. Are you Googling the laws right now?
Henderson Police Department SWAT team responded to the scene and set up a perimeter around the condominium.
Travel in and out of time zone.
And the 3 key rules for a criminal defense lawyer: always on time, impeccably dressed, and occasionally sober.
The yellow sports car up ahead won't stop. Then, something happens you might expect in a Spider-Man movie. It wraps around the tire of the fleeing vehicle and stops all forward motion.
Objection, accident answered.
I mean, he leaps over the fucking bench.
No, the thing is, that's my property. You have no choice.
Actually, I do, because I found freaking Xanax bars on your driver's seat. If you want to explain something, explain those.
Cops get very frustrated when you don't answer their questions.
Don't.
He's gonna go straight. There's a car right here. Got him.
All right, I'm going to excuse everyone. Mr. Brooks is being removed from the courtroom.
This is fucking hilarious. So he pulls out a joint in court.
Go, 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 go. Turn on your stomach! Stop fighting us! Stop resisting!
The injury by the police, that may be a separate issue for you to file a civil suit.
Chris, this is while he's doing that, talk to me. What were you running for again? Warrants? The felony warrants, city warrants, what?
Felony warrant on Kansas.
Well, I'm pretty sure they ran you, then you don't have any warrants.
I don't.
No.
No warrants.
No. It's all that for nothing, right? No warrants, no nothing.
Yeah.
Police! Go farther, bud. A little more. Okay, go.
Not gonna sit here and let you fix the trial because you don't want to tell the truth to the jury.
We're there, guys. Got eyes on.
I want to suck. Yes, I think I would like to suck your dick. I don't think so. I prefer not to, sir. See that? I love that.
So do you wish to say anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Aww, how's that? A little trip down memory lane. Hands up if you remember that intro video. Oh, look, the editing that was just seamless. And I will admit, it took me days. Hello. Morning, afternoon, evening. Good day. Welcome to the Defence Rests. If this is your first time here, suffer in your jocks. If it's your second or subsequent time here, you have waived your right to any future counselling for mental health whatsoever. Waived. Done. Finito. It's on you. So, we are coming to you live from Melbourne, Australia, and we do everything that is true crime. So, if you would like to join our fantastic true crime family, feel free. Subscribing is absolutely 100% free. If you don't want to be nagged by those nuisance notifications, just turn your notifications off. Just click the bell. That's it. That's all you have to do. It is one of the best ways you can support growing channels, along with liking. YouTube, in its wisdom, counts every tiny click of that mouse as an interaction. And every interaction is an interest. The more interest you have, the higher you get up in that algorithm. That's how it works. They're not watching me. They're watching you. So, today, we are back with the Coroner Affair murder trial, day 3 of Meagan Jackson in South Carolina. Now, it is still the state's case. Today is going to be a doozy because not only is she on trial for the murder of her husband, but she's a co-defendant. So there's two of them. Her lover is also accused of conspiring, and he actually testifies today. So first up, we will have it's a fair bit of expert testimony this morning, some digital forensics, the cell phone stuff. We get the medical examiner in shit up. That's my favourite part. Not because I'm a sicko, but because I'm a retired nurse, and that's the bit that interests me. Dental expert identifies the victim, and then the co-defendant testifies. So hang around till the end, because that's where the fireworks will probably begin. All right. Enjoy. Let's get on to it, shall we?
Presentation yesterday. That's all I understand. That's the same thing that he flashed up on the screen. You just have it on the sheet of paper. That's correct. Okay. That's no difference. All right. Anything else? Yes, Your Honor. All right. Let's bring the jury in. Let's when they get in. Okay. We'll look at this later.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good evening. Again, I want to thank you for being prompt this morning. That's a great assistance to the court. Make sure you have your own notepads and do not have anyone else's notepads. When we broke yesterday, we were in the middle of Officer Marcus's testimony. I'm going to have the clerk of court place him under oath again, since we are starting in midday.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
These first kind of round of questions, I might refer to the slides I've got from the presentation that y'all provided to me on Monday. Okay.
Okay.
And just, I want you to have it. I may ask you to look at certain slides. Is that okay?
Sure.
May I approach him? He has this.
Your Honor, I just asked to see what he is showing the witness.
He's showing him exactly what y'all put on the screen yesterday. That's what we covered before the jury came in.
It's just not in the right order, so it might take him a minute to find the right slide.
Which was exactly what I was about to say. I apologize, they're not in the right order. But she'll bear with me on that. Okay. I'd also ask if I want to show one to the jury, I may take your copy because a couple of mine have a note on.
Okay.
Let's start with this example of cell site location information.
Bear with me a moment.
No problem. Again, I apologize for that portion of it. Okay, you have it?
I do, but this is not an accurate depiction of my presentation. There are marks on this that were not on mine.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see that. That was a doodle. Okay. Let me ask you this one. Let me ask you this. When you're looking at the cell tower diagram you provided, it's got this angle, correct, that goes out that way?
Correct.
Okay. And then there's like a little shaded area close to the angle, right?
Yes, there should be a shaded area inside of the angle depicted on the graph.
And just so it's clear for the jury, that shaded area really means nothing, correct?
The shaded area is just a graphic aid. It's supposed to show that the phone is in the general direction inside of that angle.
Okay. So it doesn't actually mean anybody's there or near that particular spot based on that shaded area.
The shaded area is not a depiction of the location, the exact location of the device. It's just to help show that they're within that angle as it protrudes out.
Could you locate, you also talked about PCMD per call measurement data, right? That's
correct.
And that's part of the CSLI, cell site location information. Is that what it stands for?
Correct. Sometimes we can get per call measurement data when we get those records back.
Okay. Could you locate this one? The example.
Locate what?
Yeah, I'm sorry, a
Specifically.
copy of it. I'm sorry. And what I handed you.
Sorry.
No, I apologize. Okay, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there's a band, as I understand it, at the end of it. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I share that with you real quick? I'll hand it right back to you. Did we scribble on that one too?
No,
Okay.
sir.
That's the band I'm referring to. I'm sorry, moving fast. Everybody see that band? Thanks, sir. That band is, as I understand your testimony yesterday, is measuring the distance that the phone is from the tower. Is that correct?
That's the approximate distance of the phone from the tower at the time of the connection. Yes.
Okay. And so as I'm looking through to see if that information is reliable, I would expect to see, if I ever saw a GPS pin and there's also cell tower information, I would expect that pin to be on that band.
It would be close to that band, yes. There is a margin of error with that distancing data, but if the two sets of data occurred at the exact same time, they could line up with each other, yes.
Okay. But you didn't show one slide yesterday, sir, where your pinpoint lined up with your band on it. On it.
There was no slides that I displayed yesterday that had two separate sets of information. So in this instance, per call measurement data and GPS location, I did not have two sets of data at the exact same time to be able to mirror up as you described.
So you did not cross-validate that so we would have a better understanding of where that phone was at that time?
I did not have any per call measurement data to validate with GPS location data.
So why are there bands on there if it's not, what is the band for then, sir?
The band in this particular example, or the band?
No, the band that you have throughout the presentation.
There was, to my record, hold on, give me just a moment.
Sure, you got it right here in front of you.
In my presentation yesterday, I had per call measurement data for Gregory Rice's cell phone records. I only had one per call measurement data listing for Christopher Dantel's, or one of Christopher Dantel's records. However, I had no per call measurement data for any of Meagan Jackson's cellular records.
Okay, so like if you found this slide of Greg Rice's,
Can I just, Your Honor, just so that I can know what he's referring to, if I can just see
I
this
can
slide.
show it to you.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Oh, is he? Oh, yes.
I have
yes.
this particular slide in front of
I
me.
did see
However,
that.
it's
I
not
did.
an accurate depiction of my presentation from yesterday. There's additional
That's a
markings
spoiler.
on it.
I don't want to know.
Okay. Your Honor, would you forgive
I
me?
was going to run his trial after this one.
Mary Ann, would you forgive me a circle?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Oh, well, good.
Bring that to my attention, I apologize. Can I show this to the jury, Your Honor? Yes. As we're looking at this, there's a pin, right? Is that correct?
The pin represents,
Oh.
the pin in this slide represents the location of,
Did you watch his trial? Because it was streamed, wasn't it? I have no idea what any of these were until the other day. And I only really know his name. didn't pay any attention to his trial. I thought that would be an interesting follow-on. Here's all.
Gregory Rice's residence.
Okay, so in some of these, you give us, so here we got the band means nothing in this one, is that right?
The outer band?
The outer band.
The outer band is the approximate distance of Gregory Rice's device at the time of this connection.
Ah, well,
Okay,
he's testifying
so we
today.
know then by looking at this, that the outer band is not in line with the pin.
That's correct. However, it is within the margin of error that you typically see with these types of records.
Yeah, he's on today.
Which is
Okay.
about 150 meters on either side of that band, just depending on the strength of the connection at the time.
Okay. And so if we're trying to rely on this for where a phone is at a particular time, we have to be fair and understand that I could seriously be outside this room, right? I could be outside this room and my phone, the band is not going to show accurately where I am, right?
It depends on the signal strength of connection at the time of that connection, but typically these records are within 100, 150 meters of that distance from the tower.
And 150 meters, can you, how?
It's about the length of a football field, a little bit more than a football field.
Okay, all right. And so that could be important, you know, if something is happening outside these walls, your phone and my phone are pointing to the same tower. If I'm in here and someone's sitting right out there, is that correct?
I don't understand the question. Can you ask it again?
If we're going to use, if something were to happen outside these walls, right? A crime's committed right there in the hallway. And you have access to all of our phones. I'm not let y'all bring y'all's in, but you have access to all of our phones. And you measure our location, our cell tower location, right? It's going to show that we are in the same area, right? Is that right?
Can you rephrase the question? I'm still having a hard time following your.
Okay. Your CSLI does not, it is flawed in that I can be here and someone can be out there. And if you're looking at both phone data, it's going to say we are in the same area, right?
What's the second set of data you're talking about? You're talking about cell site location information, which is generated from the connection of the cell phone to a tower.
Yeah.
What's the second set of data that you're?
The other person's phone.
Cell site location data?
Yeah.
The cell site location data for that provider could or may be a little off, just kind of depending again on the connection, the signal strength of the phone during that connection.
We have another variable. Okay.
Yes, there are several variables, which is why we attempt to validate as much of the information as we can with other data sources when we do this type of analysis.
Okay. All right. Well, one of the things that's peculiar about your analysis to me is that Because I know you would consider the data in that case, right? When you testify as an expert, you consider all the data?
Yes.
And so part of this extraction data includes chats, messages, videos, images. There's a lot of data in these extractions, right?
So my analysis contained the cell site location data for these devices.
No. Don't you tell me that now.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, it's my cross-examination. Don't you tell me.
Hold for a minute, she's raising an objection.
He's not letting Sergeant Marcus respond to his question. He was in the process of answering the question, and Mr. Britton is like, oh, don't tell me that.
I don't think that was overruled. Go ahead.
So you took this stand as an expert, and you're going to try to tell me that you did not consider all of the data.
When you're doing an analysis on geolocation data, the context of a text message is not necessarily relevant to placing a device at a particular location. Cell site location information from a tower gives you the distance from the tower. A GPS hit could give you the point in time or the point in space where a particular device is at. Whether someone is texting this person or that person talking about the weather isn't necessarily relevant for doing a location analysis, which is what I did in this particular instance.
But it is relevant. You're also a part, you weren't just a GPS guy, sir, right? You did other things in this investigation.
I did.
Okay. You were heavily involved in this investigation, wouldn't you say?
I conducted some witness follow-ups. I imaged some devices for further analysis, and I conducted this analysis of the location information that was provided to me.
You co-signed a statement made by Chris Dontell.
Yes, I was in a part of an interview as well, like I mentioned.
And when we are talking about analyzing data, you said the word context. This doesn't give us any context, does it, sir? Your presentation gives us no context. It doesn't tell us what Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell have discussed or are discussing, right? You agree with that?
Correct. Those cell phone records cannot tell me what, if any discussion was going on at the time, just that there was a connection between their phones.
And they also can't tell you anything about who has a motive. Is that right?
No, cell phone records don't provide that type of information either.
And you could, because it's part of your data, go back and cross-validate and see what they were discussing in the text messages and chats beforehand to get an idea of motive and intent, right?
That analysis was provided to another officer in this case. That was not my particular participation in this case.
But you said you read all the data, sir.
No, sir, I did not. I said I reviewed the data that was given to me for my geolocation analysis.
Yeah. You analyst? She looks better with her hair up.
Are you going to sit here and tell me that as an expert, you said you were an expert in cell phone extraction, is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're a digital forensics expert. Is that what you reported to be?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't consider the information, the critical information and data that would give this jury context for what was happening on this evening.
I analyzed the data for my particular part in this investigation, which was the geolocation analysis of the devices involved in this case. As far as additional analysis for digital devices, that was done by Lieutenant Ben Wells with the York County Sheriff's Office. That was not my job in this particular case.
You were one of the 9 or...
How is you? How is your head? Does it still ache? Doth your head ache for thee? You all need to go back to the start of this because I had a nostalgia moment. Hello, Mr. Brightman. How you going? Oh, no. Poor bugger. Oh, I'm going to be doing that shortly too. Absolutely. Stop, brah. You've been on Discord too long. Oh, excuse me. Did we all have a good weekend? I suppose Brad just worked all weekend, no doubt. Poor bugger. I suppose he's got to save up for his honeymoon, doesn't he? Yeah, so go back to the start of this video and have a look at the intro I played. I was going through Canva and went, "Oh." See if you can remember it.
So visits to Flint Lake Apartments, won't you, sir?
9 or so visits. I don't recall going up to Flint Lake 9
But
times.
you were part of some of those visits, weren't you, sir? You under it?
He's thinking, objection, Your Honor. He's thinking. He's trying to answer the question. It's not necessary to say you're under oath.
I don't like him.
I believe I conducted 2 follow-ups at Flint Lake Apartments.
And when you did so, y'all already had the cell phones of Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell.
At the time of my first follow-up, I was not aware of that. They may or may not have. It was early in the investigation. At the time of my second one, yes.
And so as we talk about this quote unquote crime scene, one of the things we know is the time you were out there yourself, Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell were already suspects, right? At one of your visits.
Correct.
In total, y'all canvassed the area 9 times, right? So you may not know that.
I don't have that information. No, that was not part of my participation in this case.
Okay. But you were pretty heavily involved now, weren't you? You're one of the few that's there. This ain't took y'all so long. You're one of the few that was there in the beginning, right?
No, sir, I was not initially assigned to this case in the beginning.
Okay, sorry, it was 10 days. Was it 10 days after?
I didn't get involved in this case until almost 2 or 3 weeks after. In fact, for 2 weeks during the initial part of this case, I was out of town in training.
That's right, because you weren't actually qualified yet to do what you're here testifying about at the time you were involved in the investigation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, for a second, she's ready.
Well, I don't believe that when Your Honor qualified Sergeant Marcus as an expert, it was pinpointed in time, or I don't believe Your Honor made a ruling. Well, you're an expert as you testified here today, but I'm not going to find that you were an expert earlier. So I think saying he was not an expert is not the proper phrasing for that.
So I believe you got involved earlier, that's fine. You were involved at a time when they were suspects to this crime.
Yes.
And you stayed with it right to the very end. Is that correct, sir?
I did. I conducted some follow-ups and this analysis that I presented yesterday.
And despite the multiple visits to Flint Lake Apartments, you and your investigative team operated under the impression that this crime occurred at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Is that correct, sir?
A early theory in the case was that this did occur, or could have occurred at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, yes. It was one of the theories in the case.
I've been here, and we've been hearing here, that changed. They didn't know for 4 years until Chris Dontell came in and told everything. Did you collect any other evidence other than the testimony of Chris Dontell that would change the crime scene, sir?
I personally did not know.
No. And you don't know of any either, do you, sir?
I'm sorry.
You don't know of any other evidence that was collected by any other part of your investigative team that modified the location of this crime until Chris Dontell made his deal with the state?
No, I'm not aware of any other evidence.
And so if we're to believe that this occurred at Flint Lake Apartments, then we've got to rely on Chris Dontell. Is that correct, sir?
Can you restate the question?
Yeah. If we're to believe that this crime occurred at Flint Lake Apartments, we've got to rely on the word of Chris Dontell.
I imagine that the jury would need to rely on all of the evidence presented in this case to make a decision.
But you didn't. You didn't change your opinion about whatever occurred until Chris Dantel gave a statement, sir, that you co-signed. Put your name on it.
Quite often during an investigation, when new evidence comes to light, it can change the direction of the investigation.
Okay. So you agree with me?
Agree with you on what part?
That's what changed the direction of your investigation, the work of Chris Dantel.
Chris Dontell's statement did add that extra evidence, and we did consider another crime scene.
And you were going to testify on December 6th at the trial, Chris Dantel, weren't you?
Yes, I was a state witness subpoenaed for that trial.
In fact, the presentation that I got was dated right before a few days before that trial. So you were going to present this essentially same information in the case of Chris Dantel.
Yes.
Okay. Now here's how we know we can't rely on your evidence, sir.
Oh.
You were going to use that same evidence to try to convince 12 people it happened at Flint Lake Apartments. I mean, at the Broken Funeral Home. Weren't you, sir?
I was going to present my analysis as part of this courtroom present or this trial. Yes.
And when you got to the part where you picked when Megan Jackson was picked up, or Red Rice was picked up by Megan Jackson, were you going to say, "Oh, and right here by which you killed him"? You weren't worried.
No, sir.
You were going to say she picked him up and delivered him to the Broken Funeral Home alive.
No, sir.
Oh, really?
My presentation cannot establish at what point in time Gregory Rice's life ended. It just shows the location of the devices during that period in time on October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
But in your case against Chris Dantel, your evidence was going to be used to show a jury that he was alive when he got to the Broken Funeral Home.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Your evidence, your presentation, was going to be put up by the state to aid them in proving that Greg Rice was alive when he got to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home.
My presentation, again, doesn't depict whether someone was alive or dead at a particular period of time. It just shows the connections and the locations or the general area of where those devices were at that period of time.
You want to keep focusing just on your GPS, and I understand that, but you also were involved other ways in this case, weren't you, sir?
Yes, I did conduct some witness interviews.
Okay. And you had mentioned you read the data in this case. So I'm going to ask you about some of that data, and you can tell me whether or not you consider it, because I want to show this jury some context. Is that what you told us, right? Your GPS doesn't do a whole lot about context, does it?
The context depends on the data, yes.
Okay. Before we go, I'm sorry. I want to back up real quick. There was a slide that just occurred to me that I didn't see in what was sent to me. Maybe it was there, maybe it wasn't. I'm not putting any casting aspersions on anybody, but there was a 10:05 movement. Y'all kind of threw in there a 10:05 movement. And I hadn't seen it before, showing that Greg Rice was leaving. I think you said he was leaving that area. Is that what you said?
At 10:05, between 10:05 and 10:06 on October 2nd, 2020 is the first time that you see a tower shift. That suggests that device is moving away from his residence, yes.
But in your initial, did you say residence that time?
The area of his residence, yes, sir.
Okay, because in the only timeline I ever got from y'all, not the one y'all showed the court, one I actually got, your timeline says Greg Rice left his apartment, his phone left his apartment at 10:05. Isn't that what your original timeline showed us?
The presentation shows his device leaving the area of his apartment at 10:05 p.m., just a little after 10:05.
Okay. And that probably would fit the narrative you would have been pitching in your case against Chris Dontell. Meagan Jackson pulls in, she goes to his apartment, like every man, fiddles around for a couple seconds, he comes out and gets in the car, and there's a minute drive to get out at 10:06. You agree with that?
Hang on 1 second. Just have a quick look at this. This was 7 months ago.
In South Carolina, defendant Christopher Dantel just accepted a plea deal on conspiracy to commit murder and accessory after the fact. The former deputy coroner will testify against his co-defendant Meagan Jackson in her trial scheduled in February 2025. Dontell will be sentenced following that testimony. Let's head into that courtroom now where this is all.
All right. He testifies today in today's day 3, and He's also being sentenced today, as we speak. So there.
Take that, sir. Sure. You'd have been testifying. Meagan Jackson pulls into Flint Lake Apartments. She comes through the gate at 10 o'clock at Arrowhead. She makes her way down, pulls up to Greg Rice's apartment. He comes out, gets in the car, and they leave. They leave the apartment at 10:05, and they're out the gate at 10:06. So my testimony was that the cell site location information for those Greg Rice's device shows he was in the area, or the phone was in the area of his house for that period of time. Right around 10 o'clock, the license plate reader for Meagan Jackson's vehicle is picked up as it's coming into the village of Arrowhead. At 10:05 p.m., just before 10:06 p.m., you see the tower shift for Greg Rice's phones, and at 10:06 p.m., Meagan Jackson's van is picked up by the license plate reader leaving Arrowhead. And we know the state would have tried to spin that as Meagan Jackson has a live person in her car, Greg Rice, because your party presentation also was that Dontell was still back at the funeral home. Isn't that right? Again,
That's a mischaracterization of the presentation and his testimony.
Oh, come on, people.
Again, my presentation.
How did you not know that? It's WBT3 on your side in Jackson, Mississippi.
In my testimony only shows the movement of these devices or this data displayed on a map. The phones in a particular area, it moving, the license plate reader capturing a car, it moving, nothing more. Okay. So you agree with me then that if this jury is part of a deliberation is require someone to develop an intent, and even a motive, what you presented is not very helpful.
Your Honor, that's also a mischaracterization of the law because motive is not an element of the crime.
Go ahead.
Again, my presentation only shows the movement of these devices and from the data that I analyzed. Okay. And one of your slides, let's look at. You still have it up there? I still have these slides up here, yes. Thank you, sir. I'd like to take a peek at the slide that Meagan Jackson is leaving River's Edge. Which one? It's the LPR. It's actually a still photo, I believe, sir. I believe I know which one you're talking about. If you could show me those, so I make sure I have the correct one. This one right here. I'll show you. Yes, sir.
Holy crap. This is bizarre. I just got onto their site, right? Their website. And I clicked into so I wonder if they've got the trial live somewhere here. And so I clicked into their crime tab and it brought up this, right? So apparently, when you go into crime, you can actually look up homicides. Yeah, in Jackson. There we go. And then it wants to know what type of homicide. Do you want just the blunt force trauma or shooting or stabbing or unknown? And oh, look, we're down 43% on blunt force trauma from last year. Look at that. You're not. Like, what the fuck? Really? And it tells you where they all are. Hang on. Shootings. Look at that. Oh, way too many. Far too many. But, oh, look, we've got graphs and everything. Holy crap. And a detailed breakdown, should you want it. Just want the trial, actually. So
Okay. What we have here. This particular slide shows a still image that was captured or from the security footage from the gate leaving River's Edge community. One of these images depicts the van driven by Meagan Jackson, or typically driven by Meagan Jackson, and the other one is a Ford Explorer. That is consistent with what Christopher Dantel drives. Okay. And although difficult to see,
you are aware that there's something in the passenger seat of Meagan Jackson's vehicle, and it is hard to see. But you know what's there.
Yes, there appears to be an object in her seat.
And that object has a name, doesn't it, sir? You know from your investigation, that object has a name. Blow up Betty.
What?
Right?
Did he say blow up Betty?
I believe there was a reference to something called Blow Up Betty, yes.
Okay. And if you consider the data, and I'm going to test you what data you consider.
Oh, no.
You would know there was a conversation, a chat. In fact, maybe there was
Blow
a
up
chat
Betty go.
between
Hello
Meagan
there,
Jackson and Chris
Dad.
Dontell, where he asked to go to a shooting range that night, right?
Yes.
And she says, I'll bring who?
Blow up Betty. Trust you to come in when they're talking about a sex doll. It's either you or Elizabeth, one of the two.
Blow Up Betty.
Blow up Betty.
On the night of October
Oh,
2nd,
blow up Betty. Yeah, my lamb.
this jury haven't seen yet, is what's on Meagan Jackson's mind is sex. Sir,
Was there a question with that, sir?
isn't that right?
I have no idea what's going through Meagan Jackson's mind at any point in time.
You would agree with me that taking, well, if you consider the data, you would know that she was saying we can fool around with Blow Up Betty, right? It was context there.
Blow up Betty.
I was made aware of the message. I don't know the entire content of the chat.
And so, yeah, it looks sketchy going out there to the preserve. But you also know if you read the data. But that's something they did pretty well before any issues with Greg Rice. Meagan Jackson liked to go out and shoot some guns. Shoot a gun, right?
I'm not aware of that, no.
And has. Yes.
You tell me, you didn't
Tell
read
me
the data in
about
this case to get an understanding about their relationship?
No, sir, that
Tell
was
me
not
about it.
my purview in this case. That was not my function in this case.
We've had a Karen Reid verdict in everything since then.
That's part of your extracted data.
I did not extract that particular phone.
That's right. That's right. But you were allowed to testify to a phone that you did not extract. So I'm going to ask you about some other data that you did not extract.
Did you extract anything from Blow Up Betty?
Sorry, I finished calling. Ports and doors. In that data, it is extremely clear with pictures, messages that the affair going on between Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell is hot and heavy. Agree with that?
Again, I didn't look at all of the data in these phones.
So we can mark that down with data you did not consider. I guess you also didn't consider how common it was for them to park their car in a place like Lowe's or fire station, leave a vehicle there, leave Chris's vehicle there specifically, and go in her car back to Meagan Jackson's house.
That did come up in the investigation, yes.
Okay. And as a GPS guy, you could have tracked that to verify that that was part of their habit. Right?
We could have a debrief Karen Reid stream if you like, Dan. I'll set that up. Just let me know when you're free.
If that data was available, yes.
It was available.
This is like I just realized we were making fun of this on Friday, because we got we got Blow Up Betty in HORRY County. My joke on Friday was, what do you call sex workers that lived in HORRY County? Like Horrios, Horry hose.
So, and we know the extraction is.
Oh,
yes.
Teresa.
And part of that information also shows you that Chris Dontell was lying over and over and over and over.
Did you want to come up? Did you want to join me? You're welcome to. I'll put I'll pop it in chat. Should you like to? There we go.
Over again to his wife.
That is information that came up during the investigation. However, it was not information that I reviewed for my analysis.
There's also information in there maybe you had a chance to review this. That Greg Rice was sending messages to Erica Dontell anonymously. That Meagan Jackson was pregnant with her husband. Greg Rice was exposing the affair in Meagan Jackson's pregnancy. That's part of the data from the extraction.
Objection, there's no question there. Your Honor.
Ask you a question.
Isn't it, sir?
There was a lot of devices that were extracted. I did not review all of them.
There was a lot of devices extracted.
I know that the affair was brought up during the investigation, was learned during the investigation, but the specifics behind how the affair was outed, I don't have any information on.
So you did not consider the data that related to Greg Rice causing Chris Dontell massive nightmare in terms of his relationship with Meagan Jackson and her pregnancy. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That information is not considered irrelevant when you're trying to determine the location of a device at a particular period of time.
That's not all you do, sir.
Investigator.
Yeah,
He's
that's not
a
all you-
cell
that's not all
phone
you do.
analyst, dipshit.
You were involved in this investigation.
Objection, Your Honor. That is
Oh
not a
my
question.
God.
We're saying, keep it to question, don't testify to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Did you consider?
Well, wacko the diddler. What do you know? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Oh, yeah. Same shit, different day.
I'm just impressed by this judge. How is he keeping a straight face?
Oh, my fucking God. A hoary ho.
I would just be cracking up. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Oh, my. So they're texting each other about a blow up fucking sex doll. Yes? What are they going to float the body with it? What the fuck? And the question
Maybe the blow-up sex doll has a wide orifice?
Oh, a horifice. Yes. So on Friday we established that Elizabeth was the president of HORRY County. Yep. Oh dear. And it was Udahef that pointed HORRY out.
It does not surprise me.
No. Although he's now known as Music by Brian 2024. There you go. Speak of the devil.
Allegedly music by Brian. I'm allegedly alive. It is yet to be confirmed.
I was just dumbing on your Udahef on who brought up HORRY County. Did you hear them just now talking about a blow up fucking doll? What's it? What do they call it? Blowback Betty or something? Or what was it? You remember the name?
Blow up Betty?
Oh, shit. Come on, someone. I have to go back.
Any information
relevant when you're trying the information on. I do.
That's part of her. There's also information in there. Maybe you had a chance to review this. Tell.
Fuck yeah.
Anonymously.
Too many
that
cats
Meagan
walking
Jackson
on my bloody
was pregnant.
keyboard.
Her husband.
Come on. Where is it?
Greg Rice was exposing the affair. Flying. Leave a vehicle there. Leave Chris's vehicle there specifically. That you did not consider going on between Erica. Data that you did not extracted data.
No, sir, that was not my purview. I'm not aware of that now.
You mean to tell me?
I
you
can't
mean to tell me
find it now.
you didn't read the data in this case to get an understanding about their relationship?
No, sir, that was not my purview.
Motherfucker. Sorry. I'm just going to go with blowback Betty. So, is it warm in sunny England, Mr. Dan?
I wouldn't know. I'm in Wales, not in England. No.
Is it warm in Wales then?
No. Warm was about 8 degrees ago. It's fucking hot.
Oh, and what degrees is it? It's got to be at least 20 then for you to say hot.
29.
Oh my God. 29. Oh, you were so lucky. You bargain. My granddad used to say that. Here, bargain, and we'll all have some.
The other day it was 32.
Oh my God, did you melt?
These houses are not meant for 32 degrees.
Did you melt like... Oh, where is it? There's a good one. Hang on, wait for it. It's a good... Oh, shit. Oops. Don't laugh. I switched to a different... Oh, here we go. Oh, sorry, Hank. Not sorry. Yep. I came up with some good ones in the end. They're really good ones. Did you get to see this one?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Your delivery guy.
Yes, yeah, my computer guy.
Computer guy, that's it.
Yeah. Oh dear. So have you seen this one?
I've been watching off and on when I've had a chance. It's hilarious.
Is it? Well, her co-conspirator, her co-defendant, is getting sentenced. Oh, hello, Wild Aussie. Was it? Oh my fucking God. Wild Aussie woman. Wild Aussie woman. Yeah. Hello, Wild Aussie woman. What was I saying?
Someone's getting sentenced.
Oh, yes. Her lover. Deputy Coroner Christopher Dantel. Apparently he accepted a plea deal before he testified in today's trial. But if he took a plea deal 7 months ago, why is he getting sentenced today?
Because they'd make him wait until after he gave the evidence, because if he didn't give the evidence they want, plea deal was off.
But then there shouldn't be a sentence. It should just be he accepted the plea. Yeah?
Yeah, the judge has to agree to the sentence.
Okay. All right.
It's pretty much just a formality.
Hokey dokey.
Unless he didn't do what he was supposed to do, in which case, no, they're going to ramp up the charges on him.
I was trying to find where it was televised. Because it's not on one of the big channels. Must be on a local network somewhere. Yes, 32 is a normal spring day in Australia. When you have 6 days of 46 when you're really melting.
Yeah, but you guys have houses built out of wood.
Oh, brick?
Yeah, try 4 foot of rock.
Well, that should keep the heat out.
No, the rock heats up and then radiates the heat inwards.
Oh, but it's beautiful rock. I love all your fences made out of the stone. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it might be beautiful, but yeah, no, heat sucks.
Just put a silver top that reflects away on the roof. Or harden the fuck up.
No, I've just bought aircon.
Oh, well, there you go. Even better. So does it stay cooler once the bricks or the rock gets cool, or is it just okay, cool. Shit up. So hose your house down on the outside. I'll be back going back. I actually just said, "Oh, well, Aussie woman." I was going through Canva before I did the stream, and I was going through some old videos, and I found what the very first intro video I did for this channel. And I'm like, so I actually used it today. So have a look, go back and have a squeeze at the intro video. It's funny. It's got what's his name? That funny Californian lawyer that does reactions. Criminal defense attorney. Bruce Rivers. I've got heaps of his quotes in there. Oh, all right. Get back on it. Was he woman?
Yes, I recognize this. What is the question again?
See if I can remember. Wait, on the state you signed, this document.
I don't like this
Chris
attorney.
Dontell's version of events.
He's a smart ass.
Or that Meagan Jackson, without his knowledge, on her own accord, drove over, took up Greg Rice, and came back with a body, dead body. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, this was a statement that was provided to us. However, he recanted that statement shortly afterwards.
So you sat down with him, right? You signed it, sir?
Correct.
This is the story he told. And then within an hour, how long was it before he came up with a new story?
Sure, within an hour, I guess is inaccurate.
They're talking about
hour.
Dress.
That man goes from saying a body was brought to him to now what is he telling what story to believe? That he was, and was he not a witness? Is that what he told you?
He was a witness.
Now he's trying to tell you he went with Meagan Jackson over to Greg Rice's apartment. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
And he witnessed the whole thing.
But it wasn't me. I didn't do
Is
it.
that what he told you, sir?
Yes.
So could you, based on, after you got that information, did you make a trip back out to the apartments?
No, so we made the trip to Flint Lake Apartments before speaking with Christopher Dantel.
Okay. And then after he changed the story and told you that he was a witness to it, did you guys go back out there after that?
No, sir.
So he didn't take you and show you where this occurred?
I believe he drew something at that time.
Oh. You must have. So based on the drawing.
Oh, come on,
where is he in his
Hey?
most recent version?
What if he drew a dildo? Come on.
Roadside on Arrowhead Boulevard, before you get to Flint Lake Apartments.
Airhead Boulevard.
And no, we know that can't be true, sir.
No.
Okay. Well, if he's out there on the roadside already, he's left his apartment, hasn't he?
Who has?
Greg Rice has already left his apartment, hasn't he?
I don't have the ability to answer that question. I have no idea if he did or not.
Here for GPS, don't you, sir?
I am here for the cell site location information and GPS. That's correct.
Okay. So
He's a fucking smartass, this guy, isn't he? I don't like it. Just his body language and
the changed version.
throwing himself around the courtroom like a monkey. Fuck off.
Correct, sir?
Correct.
Which is away from the apartment. Correct, sir?
It is in between the
He
apartment
can't
and the
help
license
it. His
plate
butt
reader
plug's
if,
irritating him. You shouldn't have
click
gone
on
with the
and-
wooden one.
Oh, yes. Good one. Good one. I forgot about that. Dipshit award. Okay. Yep. Righto. Ken Marcus, you're on the fucking board. Dipshit award. Point number uno to you. Just one? We're going for one anymore?
No, he's got to get two.
Wanker is 2, and Dan, you're 3. There we go. We're on for 3. Good job.
Arrowhead Boulevard.
That's right. And so if his phone doesn't
Do you know how many Hank Brennan ended up with?
412?
Nearly 4,000. Yep. And most of them were from me. Because he is the biggest fucking cocksucker out there. And that's probably insulting to cocksuckers.
change directions until 10:05. We know that can't be true, sir. Because he has to already be out there.
I don't understand the question.
You should.
Objection, Your Honor.
Y'all slung into the presentation at 10:05 p.m. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, there was a 10:05 connection that shows that the device is moving.
That's right. And for him to get from his apartment to somewhere down the road on Arrowhead, he's got to walk, right, sir?
Correct.
Okay. And when he starts,
Or ride in a car.
okay, but that's not what his statement says, is it, sir?
Whose statement?
Dontell doesn't say that anybody gave him a ride from the apartment out to the road.
The written statement. No.
And check this out. I clipped him yesterday, Friday. Yes, it was that one. Hang on, share this tab instead. And play.
Suspicious and whatnot on certain dates involved.
Okay. So to do that, to go from one door to the next, you got to be walking around the area, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when there's a missing person, it's something where you guys just have to put it together yet. You're doing a pretty broad search, aren't you?
Very much, yeah.
Okay. So it's reasonable for us to expect that part of your investigation would not just be canvassing the sidewalk that leads up to Greg Rice's apartment and his apartment, but surrounding area too.
Yes, sir.
Oh, come on, hurry up.
And so even if by some circumstance, well, let me ask you, is there a crime scene?
Is there a crime scene?
At that time?
At any time. You will never see someone pause this long in that question.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
I suspend your objection.
Wow. Dipshit. That was him on Friday. Oops, I've lost you. There we go. Back again.
How about the other statement?
Verbal statement did not say that someone gave him a ride from the apartment to the road.
Okay. So there's a lot of difference going on, but we probably infer that he walked and someone's going to pick him up, right?
From what I understand from the statement, it was supposed to be Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dantel picking him up.
Okay. So he was going to walk to the area. So we can assume, pretty safely assume he walked. Right, sir?
Okay.
Okay. Would you agree with that, Tom?
That he walked?
Yeah.
I have no information to say that he didn't or did.
Oh my God. Really?
And your testimony yesterday was
Why is he being
that
so
when those folks start to
obtrusive?
move, that's when they ping to a new location. Isn't that correct, sir?
My testimony yesterday was at between 6 o'clock, I believe 5 o'clock, and 9,
Oh.
almost 10 o'clock at night,
Okay.
10:05.
That explains
The Greg Rice's phone was
it. My bad. Someone might have fallen asleep during the last stream. I missed this.
I can't think who that might have been.
I wasn't well, okay? And it was 3
You
a.m.
haven't been well for years.
No, I haven't. You're right. It's just getting fucking worse. Jesus Christ.
I was just speaking about your mental condition, the fact that you're fucking nuts. But, you know, we'll go with whatever.
There's that as well. It's all combined. It goes hand in hand, that's for sure. Yeah, no, I need to go get some painkillers. I'll be back.
pinging in the same area, which was at his residence. And at 10:05 was the very first movement, which was a change in tower that we saw, which corresponded with a license plate reader hit of Meagan Jackson's van.
But if it's pinging, sir, if it's pinging and this story is accurate, how then does it not ping before 10:05 if he left his apartment and is walking to a location to be picked up?
The section of road, number one, is serviced by that same tower area around his house. Number two, the cell site location information was collected and analyzed is only captured when the device makes that connection to the tower. There was a period of time for about 2 or 3 minutes that there were no connections to the tower.
So then you don't know. Just tell me you don't know when Red Rice left his apartment.
I can give you a time frame of a few minutes, but I can't get any tighter than that.
Yeah. As we sit here today, you also had some more involvement in this case. I want to remind you, if I could, sir. Didn't you field a call and create a report related to an incident where Chris Dontell?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
God, this lawyer's fucking useless. He really is just an idiot. And this, people, is why you don't go on Wish to find yourself a lawyer. Oh, come on, Judge, make a ruling.
Sir, you were involved in a couple of investigations. It was during 4 or 5 years of this investigation that included Chris Dontell allegedly attempting to hire someone to kill Meagan Jackson. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
As we sit here today, are you prepared to ask this jury to take the word of Chris Dontell, who, as you know from your data review, had a very hot relationship with my client, Meagan Jackson, behind her back, over and over again, right? That was part of this investigation, right? Is it fair?
Correct.
He's lying to her. He stood up in this, and he's also, not only lying to her, he lied to his court. He lied to his court too, didn't he, sir? Did you know that on the day that he took a plea, right? On the day that he took a plea, that same day, he gave you 2 different versions of the event. Isn't that correct, sir? December 6th, 2024.
I don't recall if that was the same day of his trial or plea or not.
Okay. On December 6th, 2024, after he made a statement in court about his involvement in the case, he then sat down with you, sir. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if he gave a statement of his involvement in this courtroom or not, sir. I wasn't in the courtroom at the time that that trial occurred at the time. I was a sequestered witness.
When you sat down with him, you knew that he struck a deal.
I knew that he had pled to a charge presented in court at the time, yes.
And in the statement that he gave you, there is no evidence, no testimony from him that there was any kind of joint planned attempt to kill Greg Rice. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And in the second version that he told, where he says he was with her, in that version, he was still surprised at him. She just jumped out the car and started fighting. Isn't that what he said, sir?
Yes.
And so in his second version, he doesn't talk about there being any plan or agreement to kill Greg Rice.
Hello. Can you hear me?
My recollection, yes.
Yeah.
So
now you're going to deal with 2 of us.
Oh, dear God.
You have to rely on to help you establish
Fucking gremlins, they're multiplying.
intent.
Yep.
Is that something you're asking them to rely on, sir?
That particular question belongs
You've
to
been
the solicitor.
too near
My
that
part in
sex
this is
now.
just to present the data that I analyzed to the jury
I've
so
been
that
too
they
near
can make
what?
their decision. at
That
the end of
sex
everything.
smell.
Did you sign the statement, sir?
I signed the statement as a witness, stating that I observed it.
Okay, you took the interview. Did you, sir?
The case agent took the interview, not me. I was just present.
You were present.
Yes.
Didn't take it present.
Is it just me or has this witness been a real dick as well?
It's the lawyer keeps asking him vague questions and he can't answer them.
No. He's not an
'Cause he's dead.
investigator.
No, he's just there to give the GPS and location
Yeah.
data. That's it.
Which tower did it ping off? Not,
Oh, yeah.
well, he walked there, didn't he? He left by then, surely. You know that?
In your data.
Is that better?
In his statement, one of the things he told you is that she was the one who always has to go to the shooting range. Isn't that right?
In which statement?
That's right. That's right. In the one that you handwrote.
I don't recall.
Did you check out how many subs I've got now, Dan?
4,000.
Let's see it.
In other words, no, I didn't. I'm just guessing.
I think I'm up to about 1,700.
Ooh.
I was on uncivil last week. Yeah.
Oh, good God. Getting the big time.
Thank you.
Hardly.
Next thing we know, you'll be taking sponsorship from dubious companies who are ripping everybody off.
Yeah, well, I don't know. So, did you consider inviting Turtle Boy on for an interview?
This is 4 or 5 pages long. I'm trying to find.
He doesn't talk to me. He seems to think I don't like him for some reason.
Well, he's on his whore tour.
Well, from what I've heard, that wouldn't take long.
Oh, he's milking it.
Isn't that her job?
Well, the trial's over. He's got to get it somehow. He's got to keep the money flowing. Do you know they've signed movie deals and book deals and all sorts?
Oh, yeah. It's going to be hilarious, though, if he ends up doing more time than she does.
Yeah. I've got a feeling it's not going to go anywhere, though. All this shit with Kate Peters or Krusty.
Kate's all right.
No, but they've got evidence that she's been colluding with Mello and Tully. I've got all the text messages.
There is a reference in here about liking to go to.
And Brennan.
Always went shooting.
It would not surprise me, but then it wouldn't surprise me if both ended up in trouble.
It wouldn't what?
It wouldn't surprise me if both of them ended up in trouble.
Yeah. Maybe you did. Did you consider that on 9/28, 4 days before disappearance of Greg Rice, that Meagan Jackson warns Chris Dontell to be on the lookout for Greg Rice?
That was not part of my review, though. I'm not aware of any messages along those lines.
And you also didn't read follow-up message where she says, I just talked to Greg Rice, and if he sees Erica Dontell, your wife, he will tell her to her face what is going on. Do you consider that?
I'm not aware of any such messages, no, whether they exist or not.
Is he trying to bring information in through him that he can't get anywhere else? Perhaps.
I think he's trying to make it look like they didn't actually do their job, but
on September 30th,
that's not his job.
No.
Greg Rice. Meagan Jackson took groceries to his house for him.
I'm not aware of any such event, whether it existed or not.
You did see that message where Meagan Jackson said, I'm headed over to take Greg Rice groceries?
Again, I'm not aware of any such information, whether it exists or not.
He's asking him to read the fucking messages. What the fuck?
I'm going to sort of start at the end there. Just because someone
This
texts
woman's
something,
scary.
does that mean they're telling the truth?
Scary.
And isn't it often that someone will text someone something and it is an outright lie?
I imagine that happens.
Would that be more or less likely if someone is planning a murder, that they would be less than truthful?
Most people that I've dealt with in my career are not necessarily truthful when they're involved in criminal activity.
No, it was only a
And let
1
me
gram,
also
officer.
flesh out the rest of this incident where Mr. Dontell allegedly tried to have his co-defendant killed. First of all, let's give the whole story. The allegation was also that he was going to try and have me killed, correct?
Correct.
Did you and other investigators try to substantiate that allegation?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to?
No.
Meaning that there was no evidence that that actually happened.
Correct.
There's been quite a bit of question.
Yeah, I missed his direct examination on Friday. Oops.
The hit on the LPR. The sectors are simply meant to show that the cell phone or the device is hitting off that same tower, correct?
Yes, there's 3 sectors on each tower. They point in 120-degree arcs in different directions. And those... What was the last part of your question? I apologize.
Is he a detective as well? What's the badge for?
Is it possible For
Well, he's a
someone
police
to
officer. I
walk
don't
in
know
with
if
their
he's a
device still
detective.
connecting to the same tower.
Yes, if it's the strongest signal. If it's the strongest signal that the phone sees, it would still continue to connect to that tower.
When would it switch? When it found a stronger signal?
Correct.
The data that you had, that you analyzed for that particular point in time, was that simply tower information, meaning a device sitting off of a tower, or did you have Greg Rice's geolocation data?
I had no geolocation data for Greg Rice. I only had cell site location information.
Is geolocation data the one that is more accurate as to placing a device in a particular spot?
Yes, stereotypically, it is much more accurate than cell site location information.
So he's actually law enforcement
I've
as
said
well.
this several times.
Yeah.
But when what's your task with the cell phone analysis? To determine device location or to determine content of communications?
So my task was to analyze geolocation information from cell phone records provided by the providers, and if that information was present on an actual device. Context was never part of my task for this particular investigation.
Would the content of either a phone call or a text message change where the phone is located?
No, not at the time of connection.
There were also quite a few questions about Christopher Dantel not telling the truth in interviews. Based on your review or your participation in the investigation, did Ms. Jackson always tell the truth in those interviews?
No.
Is it fairly normal? Well, I'll ask it this way. How many criminal investigations have you been involved in your career? I know you'll probably have to estimate, but
18 years career, thousands. I would say over 10,000 cases.
when you speak with suspects, how often, if you can estimate, do they tell the truth right out the gate?
Very rarely.
Are you familiar with the term progressive truth telling?
I've heard it before, yes.
What does that mean?
So essentially, a person will give a portion of the truth as they tell a story, and then as they're presented with facts or evidence that could dispel portions of it, they'll tell more and more of that story that has more and more of the truth in it.
So one of the things that might be used to, I guess, sort of confront someone, things like license plate readers, geolocation data, cell site location information.
Yes, during an interview, yes, we would use that information to help corroborate their statement or dispel it.
So if, for example, Meagan Jackson said that she never went to Arrowhead Community the night of October 2nd, the LPR data could be used to contradict that, correct?
Correct, as well as the cell site location information.
Because that's where they dump the body, isn't it? The Arrowhead Community.
I'm
And
not
didn't
sure.
they have pictures of
I
them
may have
in
asked you this yesterday.
the cars?
We've established that, well,
On a rail
would it be
trail
possible
cam
for
or
Greg
something?
Rice to have walked from his apartment, started towards the Clay Pond Drive exit, and used the same tower for a good bit of that time?
Yes.
When you looked at the two LPR hits that indicated that the van was in the Arrowhead Community for about 6 or 7 minutes, did you go out and see whether it would be how reasonable it was that the van could go in and out that quickly?
I did go out and test that, and drove that myself. And you can drive from the LPR, which is at the entrance of Fairhead, down to the Fort Lake Apartments, to his apartment, and turn around and drive back with some time to spare within that roughly 5.5 minute time frame.
Would that time, the sort of extra time, expand if Greg Rice had left his apartment and was walking down the road?
Yes.
There were also some questions about the date on your presentation. Meagan Jackson was actually listed for trial in December, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So was your presentation prepared for the December trial of Meagan Jackson?
Correct.
Did you in fact have a slightly different presentation for Christopher Dantel?
I did.
There was also this question about blow up Betty. I'm not sure I understood what Mr. Britt was inferring, but it seemed that he was inferring that maybe that was some sort of, it was going to be used as a sex toy. Could blow up Betty?
Oh,
Also
no,
be
Betty's
target
bam,
practice?
lamb.
I imagine you could, yes.
Of course, indulgence for 1 moment.
Maybe they wanted to float out on the lake with it.
Row,
drinking
row,
shit ton of
row,
water.
you Betty.
Don't rip her at the seam.
Gives a whole new meaning to a Lilo.
The presentation that you created and that we showed the jury, that was created prior to the December trial date, is that correct?
Yes.
When did you learn from Christopher Dantel that the murder had occurred in the Arrowhead community?
After I created my presentation.
Did you make any changes on your presentation based on that information?
No.
And again, are you using, I'm not leaving, are you using any of this geolocation data, this cell site location information, any of that, to say when specifically Greg Rice was alive or dead?
No.
Does the information, the cell phone information, seem to corroborate that Greg Rice was killed at some point in Horry County that night because his device stops connecting to a tower?
Yes, it does. It is abnormal. When we look at records, we'll typically look at a very long period of time of records if they're available. Look, I believe, if I recall correctly, at least 3 months of his records, and there were constant connections to the tower on every day for 3 months, and then they suddenly stopped on October 2nd, 2020.
And based on your presentation and the data that you did analyze, of
The medical
Greg
examiner
Rice and
testifies.
Christopher Dantel, were any combination of them together the entire night?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase your
Yeah,
question?
that probably wasn't very well worded. I think your presentation started with the Rivers Edge LPR around 6:20 in the evening, ended the next day at like 12:15 in the morning.
Okay.
During that span of time, did your location data support that Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson were together that entire time?
Yes, it did corroborate information the investigation learned that they were together during that time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may say.
They mustn't be allowed to do recross here.
Well, I'm not asking that you be released from your subpoena just in case I need to call you back. It's his.
Excellent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a one break, about 10 to 15 minute break.
No, I'll go back to the other one. Hang on.
Back in about 10 to 15 minutes.
I can't fast forward it from here, but I can do it in a second. Hang on.
Old people. See, this is why you're never supposed to work with children's animals or Australians. Just saying. And yes, I know she's going to kill me when she gets back.
All right, let's take about a 15 minute break.
I can hear you, you know.
I know.
All right. Skippity doodah.
But you're also far enough away that I don't care.
Yeah. Oh, if only others would take your stance.
Shit, you could literally be next door and I still would say the same shit. So
Yeah.
what can I say?
I was watching the Menendez brothers Netflix documentary over the weekend, and then I watched their I've got a 2-hour video as well, like a true, like not a documentary, it's like a real life one. And they showed it's been 34 years since they were convicted.
Yep.
They're my age. I didn't realize. Like, fuck. They're in their 50s now. And I sent to Issy a picture of them. And they still look exactly the same. Except one's bald. But did you... I didn't really... Because, like, I'd seen it pop up on my feed, and I knew it was like a historic case, but I didn't know anything about it. But that documentary, the 2-hour one on Netflix, it showed the crime scene, like the real crime scene, once the bodies were removed, and it had them being interviewed like on over the 34 years and telling their story. And they were resentenced back in May this year because of new evidence. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why people are interested in it again.
Yeah. So the trial must have it went for months, didn't it?
It went for a while. It took a long time to get to trial too.
Well, back in 89, like sexual abuse too would have not been, because I know I lived in 89, that was my heyday. Bubblegum jeans and leg warmers and shoulder pads in your jumpers. Actually, I was in the UK in 89, I think.
Oh, come on, admit it. You've still got shoulder pads in your jumpers.
I don't need them now. I don't wear jumpers. So 89 or 90? Yeah. And then again in 92. Because I was there when man-cow disease. Don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm not saying a thing.
Uh-huh.
No.
I'm not allowed to donate blood because of that, ever.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Susan Aaron Presnell. It's Presnell.
Presnell.
Thank you.
Gotta
Good
be
morning, Dr.
medical
Presnell. Can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist. I work at MUSC in Charleston.
How long have you been doing that?
I have been on faculty there since 1999, so going on 26 years.
I know.
Can you tell the jury
that was
what
the
forensic
second
pathologist-
trial. The second trial they weren't allowed to. The judge wouldn't allow it. So, but the first trial in that documentary, the 2-hour one, they actually showed snippets of the testimony and stuff, and they had interviewed jurors like 30 years on about what they thought at the time, and yeah, it was really interesting.
Does.
Well, I think people are getting more familiar with what forensic pathology is, but just kind of to back up, forensic pathology is actually a subspecialty of pathology, the general field of pathology. And so pathology itself means the study of disease. And so pathologists diagnose disease. So like if you go to your doctor and get a biopsy of something, that tissue will go to the pathologist, they'll look at it and they diagnose it as a cancer, is it not? So I trained in general pathology, but then I subspecialized in forensic pathology, where instead of just looking at a piece of tissue, we're looking at the entire body of somebody that's passed. And we are looking for diseases, but we're also evaluating for trauma. That process that we do that evaluation, of course, is called the autopsy. And then through the process of autopsy, we'll determine a cause and manner of death.
Can you tell us what your educational background is?
So I went to Clemson way back when, I majored in microbiology. After I finished Clemson, I moved to MUSC at Charleston for medical school. And then I've stayed there ever since. So that makes this easier. So I did my 4 years of medical school at MUSC Charleston. After medical school, I chose pathology as my area of specialty. Did that at Charleston. Then after that, I chose the year subspecialty in forensics done in Charleston. And after that, I was hired as a faculty there, and I've been there ever since. Along this way, I've taken the board, so I'm board certified in general pathology as well as forensic pathology.
How many times has she real?
And then I also have a license to practice medicine in the state of South Carolina.
Thank you. And you mentioned earlier autopsies, that one of your duties is to perform autopsies, if you can.
How
many autopsies you have done in your career?
So I'm over 200 a year, and so at 25 years, it's over 5,000.
What conclusions are you able to draw after completing an autopsy?
Well, it completely depends on the type of case. So again, I'm evaluating for diseases. A lot of our deaths are natural deaths, but we also evaluate, like I said, trauma, so we can have a traumatic cause of death as well.
Can you sometimes differentiate between, say, suicide and homicide?
Oh, well, yeah. So part of the process when we're evaluating the cause of death is to take in consideration the injuries as well as circumstances and give our opinion as far as manner of death, which of manners of death, there's 4 types. Natural, which I made reference to earlier, suicide, homicide, and accident.
Thank you. I forgot the manner of death word in my question. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
How many times?
Again, an estimate over 100.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would offer Dr. Presnell as an expert in forensic pathology.
Any questions?
Foundation line.
All right, I find this witness to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
HORRY
Thank you.
County.
Were you asked to perform an autopsy on the victim in this case, Gregory Rice?
Yes, I performed an autopsy on November 10th, 2020.
Can you describe the remains as you received them?
Well, Mr. Rice was decomposing. So just the process of decomposition causes tissues to deteriorate. So he had a lot of what we call skin slippage, where some of the skin has slipped off. He also had some maggot activity. So after death, flies can lay fly eggs on individuals. Those hatch into maggots, and the maggots actually eat some of the tissue. So he did have some maggot injury, postmortem injury as well.
Did that decomposition and maggot activity affect your ability to make certain conclusions as to wounds?
Well, certainly it does hamper some of that, yes.
What was the first thing you did once you received Mr. Rice's remains?
Well, I kind of follow a standard protocol for all my autopsies. So I'm going to photograph as the body is received. So when the body is brought into the autopsy room, I'll take photographs. I kind of take photographs at all different steps of the autopsy. But then after that, we'll have to get them undressed so that we can evaluate everything, see everything. And during that process, I'll evaluate all the normal measurements, height, weight, that kind of thing, as well as injuries. Before we go to the inside to look at what's going on inside, we'll do ancillary studies depending on the type of case. Like for gunshot wounds, as in this case, we'll do x-rays to help us locate the bullets. After we finish with the external, then we'll go inside. We'll look for anything that's injured. Any disease process. We'll also try to get some kind of fluid for toxicology testing. And then I examine all of the organs individually. Sometimes I'll take samples to look at it in the microscope. Sometimes I won't need to. And that'll be the main steps of the autopsy. After that part's done, and I'll go and put the autopsy report together.
So you mentioned that you did x-rays in this case. What, if anything, did those x-rays show?
Oh, well, they showed multiple bullets inside of Mr. Rice.
When you examine a body, especially in this case, do you have a diagram that you use to note the location of different injuries?
I do, yes.
We noticed in the trial, in Karen Reed's trial, when Hank called up Irene Scordi-Bello, which I didn't think he was going to do, the actual autopsy chart that she had documented on that was presented in the first trial, he blanked it all out except for John's name. Everything to be displayed to the jury. So it was just a blank, the front back stick figure picture with no writing except John's name on it.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness with State's Exhibits 71A and 71B.
Yes, these appear to be copies of the diagrams that I did at the time of autopsy.
Your Honor, I would ask to admit Exhibit 71A and 71B into evidence.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 71A and 71B is admitted into evidence.
Yeah,
Your
objection.
Honor, I'd also like to publish them for use during Dr. Presnell's testimony.
All right.
We'll start with 71B. And if you could, it comes up. While it's going to, how many different wounds were you able to determine from Mr. Rice's body?
He has at least 5 gunshot wounds, potentially up to 7. And I'll show you on the diagram. We'll walk through. Is this a pointer or does it change?
That's actually a microphone, I believe.
Oh,
This, okay, oops, that top button.
Gunshot wounds in the head.
Okay. All right, so just in general, before we go over the diagrams, he has 5 definitive gunshot wounds. He has 1 to the left side of the head, 1 to the left side of the chest, 2 to the left hip, and 1 to the right thigh. All right, so we're going to go through those. In addition to that, he has a couple other holes that connect up. I just cannot definitively say that they're gunshot wounds. So this first gunshot wound, and when I say first, I don't mean that this is the first gunshot wound that happened. It's just in the order that I've enumerated them. Is to this left temple area. You can see it's highlighted in pink. There we go.
That's not an accident.
Right there. It's the only thing highlighted there. This bullet actually goes obviously from his left. We're on his left side. His left towards his right. It's going in an upward direction, and it's also going towards his back. So it's going in this direction. It goes into the brain. There's not a lot of substance or architecture left to the brain because it's mostly liquefied at this point. But there is a bullet inside the brain, and we recovered that and designated that as the bullet from the brain.
In certain circumstances, are you able to tell, based on soot or stippling, whether an approximate distance of shooter to victim?
So I mentioned that I evaluate injuries, and obviously this was gunshot wound. There's a bullet at the end of it. But the other thing we'll look at is just trying to interpret like what type of, not just what type of injury, but other characteristics of it. So for example, with gunshot wounds, one of the things that we'll try to look at is whether there's evidence that the gun was a contact gunshot wound, like the barrel of the gun is actually against the skin, whether it's a close range gunshot wound or whether it's a distant gunshot wound. And the way that we tell is if there is a rim of soot around the entrance wound, that would be a contact gunshot wound. When the gun is pulled away, there is it's not only the bullet that is exiting the end of the barrel, but you also get what you call, or what is gunpowder. If you think of the gunpowder like little pieces of sand, when the bullet exits, the little gunpowder can exit as well, and those little pieces of sand can strike the skin and cause little abrasions. We call that stippling. If the gun's close enough, that will happen on the skin. So contact is the soot up against the skin. Close range is, you may or may not see soot, but you'll see the little stippling marks, and distant is beyond that. Now, all that explanation to say that I can't tell in this case because the skin has slipped away.
So based on the victim's decomposition, you weren't able to tell?
Correct.
And I know you can't tell the order of gunshots, but would that wound in and of itself be fatal?
Yes.
And then if we can go to 71A. Okay,
Yeah.
She doesn't have one.
You should have been here before with the. Oh, really? He took a plea deal. He pled. So it shouldn't have been too nasty.
Okay, so if you can just go through the other wounds that you were able to document.
Okay. You'll see a couple marks on here that didn't go anywhere. The pink ones are the entrance gunshot wounds that are definitive entrances. So again, first, but not necessarily first, we have the one to the left chest.
Oh, now you can tell us. That's done. What did the judge add anything on to the plea, or got what he pled? That was the deal.
That sounds about right.
Do you know what? I'm just about to finish up the verdict and sentencing on the mushroom murder case, and I was going through what Victoria's mandatory sentencing laws were. Right? Get this: So she's been found guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder and 1 of manslaughter, yeah?
Yeah.
She is likely to get... we apparently Victoria has abolished a non-parole period, so we don't do life without parole. We've just got a benchmark 30-year minimum, depending on the severity of the crime. So after 30 years, you're eligible for parole regardless. And we don't stack sentences. It's 1 sentence for all 4. So she's likely to get probably 33 to 37 with parole. How's that? And in America, what would you get? 3 life without paroles and another 25. Yeah? And no add-ons, like no like there was one chick that I was looking up because then I went to see where would she end up, what institution she would end up in, what correctional centre, and she's in there with some nasties. Well, she will be. One chick got done for dismembering her, like killing and dismembering her partner, got 17 years, was out after 13 years with parole. No.
Yeah, but isn't Australia the same as the UK, where murder, you're not actually out on parole, you're out on licence? And you can be recalled at any time.
I think they give you a bond, perhaps, or bail or something like you're out on bail for a certain amount of time. But 17 years for a dismembering, but there was only 1 charge. There was no mutilation of a corpse or firearm additives or anything. Nothing. Just 1. I don't understand. How can you kill 4 people, 3 and attempt the 4th? And first degree, like premeditated. And what is she, 50? She could potentially be out by the time she's 80.
And especially with her method, she could still kill again.
Yeah. Yeah. They got her dumping the food dehydrator. They got the death cap mushrooms in the dehydrator. They had got the actual beef Wellington out of the bin and tested it. But what also got me too, because we didn't see any of it, we're not allowed, we got actors' voices on podcasts. Yeah. And at 5-minute intervals too. So you had to say like 20 things to get the whole testimony. Anyway. What was I going to say? Where was I going with that?
No idea.
No, I've lost it now.
You lost the plot years ago.
I did, yep.
But I'm going to have to disappear because I have to get back and finish some work.
No worries. Thanks for popping in. It was good to see you.
No problem. I do try and pop in every so often.
Good day. Sit up. Well, thanks, Dad.
Catch you all soon.
Okie dokie. Don't be good.
I won't.
Right. Oh, that was nice. All right. Let's keep going, and I'm going to go and lay down, I think.
It's pretty well highlighted. So you have the one to the left chest, and it is going from his left towards his right. The only thing that I can tell is that it does damage the stomach. It ends kind of in the midline area, kind of right around where the aorta would be, but we have parts of the aorta missing, most likely from maggot activity. So I can't tell for sure if it did hit that or didn't. So that's the one to the chest. Then you'll see you have 2 to the left hip that are highlighted here. Their pathways are really close together. So think of it as 2 bullets going in. 1 bullet heads towards the tailbone, where I find the bullet.
You might have to stand up. I think there's a...
Okay. All right, so just to kind of reiterate, there's a gunshot that goes into the left chest, and it's going in towards the midline of the body. definitely goes through stomach, may or may not have hit aorta, and I got the bullet from inside the body there. Then we have 2 on the hip. These both go in. One bullet ends up being in the right soft tissue, the soft tissue of the right hip, and the other ends up being in the tailbone. So I've got both of those bullets. And then the last one you can see here is into the right thigh, and it just goes backwards, and I get a bullet there. So I have retrieved 5 bullets from inside the body. And then you'll also see up here, there are there's areas where that have the circles colored blue. So if you look on the back of the right arm, so over on this right side of the diagram, you see those 2 blue circles?
Maybe I can come over here since our pointer's not working. Are you pointing to this area?
Yes, the 2 blue circles. Those 2 holes connect. I did x-rays in the area, but they don't really show any like bullet fragments or little shredding bullets or anything. So I can't be definitive that those are gunshots and not necessarily just maggot activity. And then on the left forearm, so in the middle here, the 2, yes, the 2 blue circles. Those are 2 holes that also connect. You see I have it on, one's on the pinky side. Well, actually, they're both on the pinky side. One's up a little bit closer to the top of the forearm, and one's a little bit further down. Those 2 holes connect very nicely as well. Again, not necessarily any projectile fragments along the pathway, so I cannot be 100% definitive that that is an additional gunshot.
Would the fact that the victim's body had been basically submerged in water for approximately 5 weeks, would that have an effect on your ability to call those gunshot wounds versus possible gunshot wounds?
It's more that there was maggot activity and that maggots consume tissue, and so I can't be 100%. I mean, they look like gunshot wounds, but I can't be 100% that that's not maggot activity.
And you said that you recovered 5 bullets, so runner by may approach 139 has already been admitted. Are those the bullets that you recovered from Mr. Rice's body?
Shall I open it?
Yeah, if you need to, I can.
Well, I mean,
are you? If you're not able to tell without opening, yeah, let me get.
That's a little intimidating.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll just.
Yeah,
I got it. There you go. Okay. I need the knife.
Sorry. Taylor, do you have scissors?
Thanks. All right. Okay, let's see. So we have the first one I'm looking at is labeled chest bullet. So that would be the one that I got from the midline of the chest. And it has the autopsy number that I'm associated with Mr. Rice. And then not his name, because when he came to us, he was originally not identified. So it has what we designated, the name that we gave him at the time of autopsy. Next one is the bullet from the right leg, or it would have been the right thigh area. Again, with the autopsy number and the designated name. Next is the bullet that we got from the right pelvis. So that would have been towards the front, the right hip area, with the autopsy number and the designated name. And then the bullet called sacral bullet, which is the tailbone bullet, autopsy number and name. And then finally, the bullet from the brain with the collection envelope, the autopsy number and name.
Before I move on, did you at some point send bones from Mr. Rice's body to be examined by a forensic odontologist?
I believe he came and picked them up.
Oh, okay, thank you. You mentioned earlier that you will often do, or always do, a toxicology exam as part of an autopsy.
Yes.
Was one done in this case?
It was. We couldn't get any, we'd like to send blood to test for toxicology. Because we couldn't get any blood, we sent just some of the fluid that we got from the chest cavity. And that was tested and showed THC or marijuana.
What types of substances does that toxicology test for?
It's supposed to be comprehensive and pretty much for like all the normal typical drugs of abuse, amphetamine, cocaine, benzodiazepines, marijuana, opiates. But in this case, because of just the quality of the sample, they actually couldn't test for ibuprofen and some of the diazepines or benzodiazepines. But it did test. It did, like I said, it did pick up the marijuana. It also tested for alcohol, which was negative as well.
In your opinion, excuse me, in your opinion, did any of the substances that you just testified to that were found in his bodily fluid contribute to the victim's death?
No.
So what is your opinion as to the cause and manner of Mr. Rice's death?
Right. Well, so I didn't specify any individual gunshot. I just said multiple gunshot wounds to the head, the torso, and the extremities. And the manner of death is homicide. In medical legal vocabulary or definition, that would indicate death at the hands of another.
Court's indulgence. All
right.
I have nothing further. If you can answer any questions from the case references.
Cross-examination. Thank you, Arnett. May I please go? Yes. Good morning, Dr. Presnell. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good. My name's Case Burden. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions. I'm not going to be up here too long. I think I heard you say that you couldn't list the order of shots.
Right. At the time of autopsy, I can't tell which one came first, second, third, fourth, fifth.
Did the crime scenes photo help you in determining? Could they help you out?
No.
Did you use any crime scene photos?
I just have pictures of the overall body when they first found it, recovered it, but that's it.
And you're aware that body was recovered in Marion County?
Yes. In fact, the Marion County coroner is the one that authorized the autopsy.
And a Marion County deputy, I believe, Lieutenant Holtag, brought the body to you? Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if he brought the body. Usually the coroner transport will, but he was a detective that was there, yes. And he received all the evidence that we collected.
At that time, did you believe that the crime had taken place or that the body was in Marion County?
I didn't. I knew that the body was found there. I had no opinion really on where it perhaps might have occurred.
But I apologize. So back to the gunshots, you said because of the submersion in water, you can't tell what shots, what order they were?
No, it's frequently you won't be able to tell what order of gunshots will occur unless something happened days before and there's evidence of healing at the time of death or days afterward when there's, for example, no bleeding associated with it. So no, it's not that it was decomposing or that there was some insect activity. I can't tell the order at the time of autopsy.
Okay, so can you tell, I believe you just said that you believe that the headshot was the fatal shot?
I said it is a fatal shot. The one to the chest also could have hit the aorta, which would be considered a fatal shot. And then the other two are mostly soft tissue, or the other three, I'm sorry, are mostly soft tissue injuries.
So, toxicology report, you revealed some marijuana. You said you did the appropriate testing. Is there any other testing you could do? Hair follicles that would give you any kind of other drug results?
I think you'd have to consult a toxicologist to like what it is that you're looking for. For example, I think some people have used hair follicles for arsenic, things like that, but that wasn't really something that was addressed in this situation.
I think I heard you say you alluded to skin slippage. Is that the same thing as grave wax?
I'm not familiar with the term grave wax, but skin slippage is it's not like you lose all your skin and you can see the muscle inside. It's just the outermost layer of skin will come off. So you still have your underlying dermis or dermal layer. But that's just the process of decomposition as the body starts to fall apart.
First, could you estimate the time of death given the body?
Do you know that your skin is the biggest organ that you have in your body?
No, I did not attempt to do that.
And you would agree that the body had been deformed to some extent because of animal activity. Maggot formations we know were there, but fish, creatures, crocodiles, alligators in that brackish water, they could have had some part into the decomposition as well.
Well, so alligator activity, I would have suspected to be able to detect because it would be pretty significant. But there were a couple areas that were on the diagram that weren't colored that looked like maybe that could have been some marine activity.
Did you notice, or could you tell of any defensive wounds?
No, the wounds that I could tell were the gunshots and the two holes connecting each other. And then again, there's a couple areas of just superficial defects that might have been marine activity. So nothing specifically a defensive injury.
Now, most of the shots, they seem to occur on the left side. Is that correct?
Hey,
Yes.
buddy.
How was the body presented to you
Come here.
when you first looked at it?
Come on.
He's just on a stretcher.
What position is he in?
He had been on his back.
He does that.
I mean, he might have been on his side. I don't have a photograph of him on the stretcher, just once we move him to the autopsy table, we'll definitely make sure he's laid out so we can evaluate him. But yeah, so I don't specifically recall if he was on his back or on his side.
When does rigor mortis typically set in?
Well, rigor mortis typically sets in after about 2 hours. It really depends on the individual and what they were doing at the time of death. It could actually happen earlier, but usually it starts in about 2 hours.
Is there a way through your science to establish the amount of time you need water? Is there any difference between the salinity of the brackish water, fresh water, and just straight ocean water and the decomposition rate?
Not that I'm up to date on.
Not that you're up to date on? Does that mean you don't know?
I don't specifically know. I don't remember in any of my training or experience there being a huge difference. I imagine if something is like the Dead Sea and is extra salty, that maybe there might be some preservation to that, but I haven't looked into that recently.
That's fine. I'm not trying to beat you up or anything like that. I just would imagine that salt water, would help preserve, since you salt to cure hand and stuff, would help kind of.
Right.
That's just the question is to see the slow of the decomposition. That's right. Thank you.
I would have thought after 5 weeks he would have had more decomposition than that.
And then taking it somewhere else and then submerging it in water.
And don't you
that's
swell?
Have a different effect, correct, on the tissue?
Yeah, so freezing a body, and I apologize for the comparison, but it would be similar to putting something in the freezer in your home. It's going to obviously prevent, hugely stop decomposition. However, once you unfreeze that object or that person, the freezing act itself has disrupted some of the cells. So as it starts to thaw, decomposition actually starts to accelerate once they thaw.
So that's why you can't refreeze.
In this circumstance, is there a way to tell if the body was frozen and involved?
Not by autopsy, no.
Going back to the gunshots, they seem to have been to the line on the left side, is that correct?
Yes, 4 on the left side of the body and then the 1 to the front of the right leg.
I don't want you to use your expert opinion, but a theory. Would you say the gunshots would go up or down?
So again, I'm a little hampered by the state of the body, but I can tell from the x-ray that the gunshot to the head is going in an upward direction, obviously from his right to his left, but upward and back. The one to the right chest, I can just tell is going to his right. There's too much deflation of the tissues and whatnot to see if it's going up or down. And likewise, the ones to the left hip just kind of look like they're going straight across as well. The one to the right thigh might be going upward direction a little bit.
If the headshot is first, is he still standing?
No, he would not be.
If the chest shot is first, is he still standing?
He could be.
He could be. So we can eliminate the headshot being first.
I don't know.
Don't know?
Well, if he was shot in the head and then he fell, he could then have been shot more on where the other gunshots were.
So just play for a little bit. In my little theory, my little head here, you shoot him in the head, he drops, then there's really zero reason to go put haphazardly 5 more shots in him.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not
he's got a point.
really in her area of expertise.
She says, given what you have looked at, is it possible that the headshot was the final shot?
Yes.
Is it possible that the person staggered around after being shot in the leg?
Yes.
Is it possible that the person shooting wasn't that good with a gun?
I can't comment on that.
Based on your 26 years of experience, many different bodies you've encountered, and gunshot wounds that you've seen, the display of gunshot wounds on that body, do they look like they were shot by somebody that's got marksman skills?
Again, hard to answer largely because the person being shot at isn't necessarily going to stand still.
Correct. They're going to jump around.
Or fall down.
Or fall down. Or fall down. That's right. Or fall down. Is it possible that you could shoot a body, not close range, right? Not close range, because no suits. Excuse me, I do that all the time. Stifling? Stifling? And still get blood on it?
Dippy.
I'm sorry, what is the question?
Anyone close enough to you to where there's the soot residue of this. Is it possible for me to get blood on my person? What's the typical blood splatter? Would there be any blood splatter?
Yeah, so I will have to be upfront and say blood splatter is not an area of my expertise. However, I would say if you're at a distant range, and keep in mind though, well, number one, I wasn't able to evaluate whether this is a contact, a close range, or a distant gunshot. However, that being said, if I was, a distant gunshot wound can be as close as a yard away. So could blood get from, I guess it depends what they hit as far as how far the blood would go. So ultimately, I don't know the answer to that, but I also don't know the range of fire, so it's kind of difficult.
Thank you. That's where I was going to go next. It's kind of funny when you look at this, it says not a close range shot, not a mid range shot, a distant shot, but the distant shot's like a yard away, so that the distance kind of throws you off there a little bit. It throws me off a little bit. When I was thinking long range shot, I think even further back, sniper type stuff, honestly. That's just because I don't do much with guns.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question at some point?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was just trying to explain. I apologize. Close indulgence, Your Honor. One question. No, but it's all right. Thank you.
Just very briefly, Mr. Britton just asked if you were able to tell if the shooter was a good shot or not. The victim was shot 5 times, correct?
At least 5, yes.
At least 5. You mentioned that at the beginning of your examination, you knew the victim's height and weight. How tall was Mr. Rice?
His remains at the time of autopsy were 73.5 inches, which is 6 feet 1.5 inches.
Thank you, because I always have trouble converting that. You said it's his remains, so could that have changed from when he was alive?
I mean, it's not as, body isn't as firm, maybe more relaxed. So, yes, there could be a slight difference.
Okay. And then there was some talk about if you freeze a body, I'm assuming MUSC has a morgue or someplace that you store bodies.
Yes.
Do you store them in coolers?
We do.
Do those coolers freeze the bodies?
No, we have a freezer as well as the cooler, but most bodies are stored in the cooler. That does not freeze the body.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, I would ask that Dr. Presnell be released from her subpoena and allowed to return to Charleston.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, she's free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Presnell.
State, call your next witness.
The state next calls Dr. Wolf Bueschgen.
Dr. Wolf Bueschgen. You guys all missed the blow up doll. Blow back Betty. In HORRY County. Who'd have thunk
Right
it?
hand, put your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give before in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Wolf Dieter Bueschgen. Last name is Bueschgen.
Now you're on.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Bueschgen, where do you work?
I'm currently self-employed. I have been in private practice for the last 20 years at Ashley River Dental in Charleston, South Carolina. I also contract with Coroner State.
And what do you contract with partners to do?
Forensic odontology or dentistry.
Can you explain to the jury what forensic odontology is?
Well, forensic odontology or forensic dentistry, I use the term synonymously, is simply the application of dental knowledge to forensic questions. So if I were to expound on that a little bit more, that could include anything such as malpractice. It could be bite mark evidence, but for the most part, with coroners, I'm dealing with personal identification.
Using teeth or jaws to identify remains?
I do, and it includes the teeth, it includes the jaws, includes any dental restorations that might have been done in life. The foundation of forensic dentistry or odontology is that teeth are static, meaning they don't change. For the most part, teeth don't heal. So if you fracture it, chip it, wear it away, it's going to stay exactly the same. If you put a dental restoration on it, such as a filling, a crown, a root canal, it's always going to be there until it's taken out. Most people have gone to the dentist at some point in their life. So we have dental records on a vast majority of people, and we are able to use these because teeth are static. We are able to use that for identification purposes.
Can you tell us your educational background?
Well, I got a undergraduate degree in anthropology from Arizona State in 1995, a master's in physical anthropology from the University of South Carolina in 1997, and a doctor of dental medicine from Medical University of South Carolina in 2003.
And what is your professional background? I know that you're self-employed now and doing your own practice. Have you had other positions?
I've had many positions. I've been essentially involved in the recovery, analysis, and interpretation of human remains for the last 30 plus years. Most of it, or a lot of it, has been in archaeological and historical contexts. But since I've been in graduate school, since 1995, I've been working on modern forensic cases, both anthropologically and then after I graduated from dental school as a forensic dentist.
And is this type of identification an established procedure?
Absolutely. It's something that has been used for thousands of years. We have historical examples going back to the Romans and even before, but it is accepted. It is one of the most reliable methods for establishing identity. It's something that that the military uses routinely to find or to identify missing in action soldiers or those KIAs. It was used at World Trade Center. I think it was the second most common form of identification at the World Trade Center, second only to DNA.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer Dr. Bueschgen as an expert in forensic dentology.
Any challenges or questions?
No, no challenge, Your Honor, he's fine.
No objection, Your Honor. I this witness to be an expert in the field of
Forensic
dentistry.
Okay. That's probably easier, Your Honor.
All right.
Were you asked to attempt to make an identification of remains in this case?
I was.
And who actually did make that comparison?
It would have been the deputy coroner at that time.
From Horry County?
From Horry County.
Okay. What were you given, or what did you use in order to make your comparison?
In terms of what remains?
What remains, and then I'll approach with records.
They were resected jaws after autopsy. So I went to the morgue with my portable unit to take x-rays, and then I was given the jaws.
And so when you say resected, what does that mean?
That means in cases of severe decomposition or fragmentation, sometimes the jaws will be removed so they can be analyzed as a single unit as opposed to the whole body.
And I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 13. Are those dental records that you were given as well to aid in your identification?
Yes, they are.
How did you go about conducting your comparison or your identification?
Well, the first step in doing that would be to see what kind of records I have. And in this case, I had written records that detailed a lot of the restorations that had been done in life. But more importantly, I was given a full mouth series of x-rays, which is essentially an x-ray of every tooth in the mouth. My goal at that point would be to replicate the x-rays as much as possible so we can make a direct comparison. So when I went to the morgue, I had my portable x-ray unit and a laptop, and I was able to x-ray, photograph, and chart the teeth. At that point, I had the ante-mortem, the records before death, and then I had my records. I was able to make the identification immediately, and I did that on comparison of the dental restorations, the lost teeth. The records had stated that he had a couple teeth extracted. These had been extracted in the post-mortem remains. So everything was consistent and identical. The sinuses, the teeth, the number of teeth, the restorations, where the restorations were, the fractured teeth, the shapes of the root, the shape of the bone. I mean, yeah. So,
and just to be clear, what identification did you make for the
this was absolutely the Gregory Rice.
How confident are you in that conclusion?
I'm absolutely 100% confident.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Please answer any questions. Case for
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may sit.
Thank you, Dr. Bueschgen.
Thank you.
That's it. He be released from his community.
You good?
No, sir.
All right, it's very good. Thank you very much.
Would this be a good time to break for lunch, Your Honor?
We can, I think it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going
Yeah,
to
yeah.
once again, before you, if it's not here yet, it should be for sure. We notepads in the jury box, not discuss the case, even among yourselves. We'll take a good lunch, and then we'll probably be back. Let's shoot for 1:30, okay? We'll be back. Thanks.
No, sir, Your Honor. Just what time would you like us back?
I guess we'll shoot for 1:30.
Thank you.
All right. Anything from the?
Just want to let the approach on, if
All right, come on. All right, we'll be recessed to 1:30. Thank you very much.
Break with Your Honor's permission because the second witness is the co-defendant and he needs to be transported from downstairs.
All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepad. Second, call your name, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Erica Dontell.
Thank you. Raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that everything you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Erica Dontell, Dontell.
Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher.
What grade?
4th grade.
Are you married?
Yes.
And what's your husband's name?
Christopher Dantel.
And is he the Christopher Dantel who is involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you two been married?
10 years today.
Do you have any children?
2.
And were you working back in 2019 into 2020?
Yes, I was in transition. I had left my in-school position, kind of transitioned to working at my sister-in-law's daycare when I was pregnant with Clayton. And then in 2020, I got hired at my virtual school that I'm at now.
Okay. And so let me talk about, well, I'll get to that in just a minute. Was your husband working at that time, Chris Dontell?
Yes.
What was he doing?
His main job was, he has a facility maintenance company that does maintenance all up and down the East Coast. And then he also was a deputy coroner for HORRY County.
What did he do prior to being a deputy coroner?
He worked for a body transport company that moved deceased bodies for funeral homes and for the county.
Now, thinking back to 2019 and 2020, you mentioned somewhere during one of your answers that you were pregnant with Blake. How old were your children? Or obviously, that's a span of time. How old were they at that time?
Clayton. No, that's okay. So Clayton was born in April of 2019. So he was up to a year. And then Charlie was 3 at the time.
How, in 2019, 2020, would that have covered the time period of COVID?
Yes.
So tell me sort of what was going on in your marriage at that time.
We were experiencing some difficulties just because like I said, I had left my full-time teaching job and went back to the daycare, which was a good pay cut. And then when COVID struck, then Chris's business with the maintenance company pretty much came to a halt because gas stations and things weren't open like they were. And so that just put a lot of strain on us. And he was working for the coroner's office, and we had our 2 very little kids at home. So he was on calls a lot. So it was just stress and not sleeping with a new baby. So
not an easy time.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Meagan Jackson?
Yes.
How did you meet her?
I met her for the first time at the celebration lunch that they had for Chris when he moved from the transport company to work for the county. And then shortly after that, she moved into our neighborhood and we became friends.
Do you recall about when she moved into your neighborhood?
I want to say maybe like December of 2019.
How far away from you did she move?
Just the back of the neighborhood, like 2 streets over.
Did you know if Meagan had any children at that time?
Yes.
How many children did the defendant have?
4.
Do you know their approximate ages? You don't have to be exact.
I think when we met them, 15, 13, maybe 9 and 8.
Prior to, back up. When you first met the defendant, were you and your husband and your children already living in River's Edge?
Yes.
When the defendant moved into your neighborhood, did your families start hanging out together?
Yes.
When the defendant moved into your neighborhood, was it just her and her children, or did someone else live there?
Yep, just her and the kids.
Did the fact that this was the period of COVID affect how much time y'all spent together?
Yes, because we would always get together and things, but then once everything shut down, we were at each other's houses every day. Either her kids were at my house or we were at her house every day.
Did you consider her a friend back then?
On this day 5 years ago, yes.
Do you consider her a friend now?
No.
You said that the defendant had 4 children. Did you know who their father was?
I knew of him, but I had never met him, but I knew his name was Greg.
So you never met him, you didn't know him personally?
Mm-hmm. But there was one time that I think he either picked up or dropped off the kids in the neighborhood. We saw him in the car, but never like corresponded with him or anything.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about her relationship with Greg Rice?
Yes.
Just believe what.
How did she describe her relationship with Greg Rice?
It sounded very toxic. She mentioned a lot of abuse, and she would say things like, "Oh, I'm going to go drop off the kids if I'm not back in an hour, or send somebody to look for me." It just sounded, she just made it seem very hostile.
When she mentioned abuse, did you ever see any signs of abuse on her? Any bruises, cuts, broken bones, or anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see any evidence that he was abusive other than what the defendant said?
No, just what she said.
Can you describe for the jury how big or small a part of your life, your family's life, the defendant became during this time period?
Very big. I mean, she literally infiltrated our whole lives, from our kids to our finances to just all areas. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was waiting to.
Yeah, she just, I mean, like I said, we were together pretty much every day. And even if us grown-ups weren't, like her kids were with my kids all the time. So.
Was the defendant working, where was the defendant working at this point?
Ground staff transport, she had taken Chris's spot.
Did that mean that the defendant and your husband worked together quite a bit?
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that, or were you told that the defendant and your husband were having an affair?
Yes.
How did that information first come to you?
Through a text message from an anonymous website.
Okay.
Meagan, I did have an objection based on 404. Before I see the document.
Well, I haven't moved to admit it yet. I was just showing you what I'm about to show her.
Okay. If you're just showing that, that's right. It's too big.
Your Honor, but actually, before I approach with this, when describing how big a part of your marriage the defendant became, you mentioned something about finances. Can you tell me what you meant by that?
Yeah, so there were multiple times when she would help us with like groceries. She would show up with groceries. She would go to like Sam's Club or, you know, BJ's or where, well, BJ wasn't around there, Costco. And it was like whatever she bought for her household, she would double and buy for our household. And so she did that a few times. And then like if we would go out, she would like get the bill for us. And then it got to the point where by the summer of 2020, we were in talks of opening a summer camp, because that's like my dream. And we were looking at properties and talking about pools. And so we just thought that we were going to be these business partners in this camp that's nothing like anything that's in the area. So that's just.
Now, you said that the defendant had taken over Chris's job. So did you have some idea of the salary that she was probably making?
I would say he was less than 50,000, I think, when he was on.
Did the defendant ever give you any idea of how she was going to afford all of these things, or how she did afford what she actually gave you?
It was my understanding from what she told us that she had inherited money from her parents.
Now, going back to the anonymous texts, approaching you with state security.
I'm sorry, we need to get a little bit.
If you can just look at that. There's some pictures. Are those some of the are those the anonymous texts you received?
Yes.
Was that on September 27th?
Yes.
So what do those texts tell you about an affair between your husband and the defendant?
They thought I should know that my husband got somebody else pregnant.
Did it name the person?
Not at first, but then later on, it said, oh, and the person was Meagan Jackson.
Was there anything about the way the defendant's name was spelled that meant anything to you?
Yeah. I just felt like it had been, I even told Chris, like when it came through that I was like, this has to be somebody that knows her because they spelled her name correctly, because I've never seen her name spelled that way until I met her. So I feel like if there's anybody, I mean, my name's Erica and people misspell that all the time. So I just felt like you have to know somebody to spell their name correctly. So I knew it had to be somebody close.
Did the text give you any indication of how they were able to find contact information for you?
It said that they found my number on a website. It was like special ed or something, like educational website.
Was there any information about any trips that correlated with any trips that you knew about that your husband took?
Yes, there was. It wasn't like a screenshot or anything, but it was just a flight number and then the 4 names of the people that traveled.
Who were the 4 names, if you remember?
Well, I know it's Meagan, Chris, Savannah, and I think Savannah's friend.
Do you recall what you were doing when you got those texts?
We had dinner plans with my friends and Chris was on call. So usually when he was on call, we would ride to his car in case he got a call. And then me and the kids would just wait in the car. And so he had just gone into the house with a text message. The first one came through.
Did they come through over
Yeah, they were spread out, yes.
So what did you do after you got that first one?
I texted him and I said, I need you to get somebody else to cover this call. And they said, we have a family emergency. I need you to come out here.
Did he come out?
Yes.
Did you confront him with the text or show him the text?
Yes, and because it was just from like the free site, he's like, I don't know what this is about. Like, this just must be somebody messing with us, but I'll deal with it after the call. Let me finish the call and we'll talk about it or deal with it.
At some point, did you and Chris talk to the defendant about those texts?
Yes. So once so while we were there waiting for him to come out, I got the text message about that he got somebody pregnant and where they found my phone number. And then once we started driving to the restaurant, because we were just like, we already had plans, and he was just saying like, I don't know who would do this. Like, who do you think would do this? And I was like, I don't know. This is not something I expected. And so we were still going to go to dinner. And then that's when the other message came through that said, and it's Meagan Jackson, and I have proof.
When you first got those texts, did you believe it, not believe it? What was going through your mind?
I was in shock. I was like, I don't know why, like, never saw that coming. I never would have imagined that we would be in this position. And that, so then when he seemed to not know anything about it, then we were just kind of like, okay, well, you know, it didn't seem real. Like, I couldn't believe that it was true.
And so did you and Chris talk to the defendant about these texts?
I believe that was listed forward for apparently that's responsible, Your Honor. So it's the proper question.
I don't know all about.
Thank you. Did either you or did you and your husband together talk to the defendant about those texts?
Yes, once the message came through that said her name, that's when I said, we'll call her. Like, get her on the phone right now. And he did, on speakerphone. And I said, why am I getting text messages that say that you're pregnant and who is saying this? And she was like, I don't know, I'm getting the kids in the car, I have to call you guys back. And then pretty quickly hung up.
Did you ever have another conversation with her about the texts and who might be sending them?
Later on, there was another time where we were talking, and then she said that she figured it was Greg texting it.
Greg isn't her husband?
Yes.
Did you, based on the text that you received, did you do any sort of research about anything?
Well, I looked up my own phone number because I didn't know what that website was. And I was like, well, how's my number just out for the public? And it came up that it was just my online resume from when I was trying to get a teaching job. So that's where it came from.
Did you look up anything else from the text or?
Well, later that evening, because, we had gotten home from the restaurant and everything. And so then I just started looking up just books about marriage and how to save your marriage. Because I just felt like if this was even something that we were discussing, I knew we were having some stress and that things were tight and just overwhelming at the time, but I didn't think that it would be to this point.
Did you do anything to prevent getting those types of texts in the future?
I tried to just block the websites or the freetext.com, whatever, so that I couldn't get any more. Because we talked to Meagan, she thought it was Greg, and so we just figured we'll just eliminate it being able to come through so that we could kind of work on it and distance ourselves from them, because she had mentioned to a few times in the past just that Greg was very not protective, that's not the word I want to use, but anytime she got close to somebody, he would cause problems, and that he had accused her in the past of having affairs with men from the funeral homes and things. And so
so what did you said you tried to block it. Did you do anything else? Did you keep your phone?
Yes, well, I kept, because I had two phones at the time because I was in the process of trying to get a new teaching job. And so I had gotten a phone number with a South Carolina number because I figured if I'm applying for jobs, it might not look as good if you have an out-of-state phone number, because I've learned that it's all of who you know. And so I wanted to look like I was local and I was here and ready to work. And so at that time I had two phones, and then I just kind of stopped using that one. And then Chris did take my phone to see if he could track who or where the message came from with somebody that he worked with at the police department, I think.
Okay. Now you said the defendant had told you that in the past, Greg, I guess, was assertive if she got close to someone.
Yes.
How long had the defendant been in your life at that point?
So if that was September, just since she moved in December, so less than a year.
You testified that you spent quite a bit of time with her.
Yes.
Had you ever had any issues with Greg up to that point?
I mean, we had never met him or anything. Usually just from the stories that she told us and how, she claimed it was so bad. It's if we knew that he was coming to get the kids or whatever, then we would leave. We're well, we don't want to be here, and we would leave if we knew, or she would leave to take the kids where they had to go.
Other than the defendant's own words, did you ever have any evidence that Greg Rice was abusive or inappropriate?
No, just what she told me.
I'm approaching with what's been marked States Exhibit 99. And there are some email addresses listed under the 2. Can you read the addresses out loud and tell me if you know who they belong to?
EricaDelangelo@gmail.com, Mrs. Dontell at gmail.com.
And whose email addresses are those?
Those are mine.
Okay.
Colton's mama at gmail.com. Delangelo2@AOL.com. Colton, sorry, I can't see. mommycoupons@gmail.com, and then Aaron Benford 53114@gmail.com.
Whose email addresses are those?
My family. So it's got my sisters and my dad.
Your sisters, plural?
Well, my one sister, but it's multiple
Multiple
emails. Yeah.
Just so we're clear, do you recall ever receiving this email?
No, I do not.
when your husband would be on call, would he stay with you, stay someplace else? What was that like?
Yeah, when he was on call, I mean, he'd just be at the house because his regular job, he worked from our home office, so he was at home until he got a call, and he'd go on calls and come home whenever the calls were done.
Would he frequently be gone for kind of hours at a time?
Yes.
Do you remember learning that Greg Rice had disappeared?
Yes.
How did you find out?
Chris told me that Meagan called and said that Greg didn't pick up the kids from school.
Do you recall when that was?
I just remember it was a Monday. I guess the first Monday of October.
What did you think at that point?
False speculation, I believe. That's what she thinks.
I'm asking her what she thought. That she's not speculating as to what she thought.
So at the time, based again on conversations that we had, Meagan and I just assumed that based on her prior conversations about how he had a drug problem, that he was on a drug binge or something and just left because she had told me that he'd done that before.
And again, you had spent time not only with the defendant, but also with her children, correct?
A lot, yes.
So did you have any other information or evidence that Greg Rice had a drug issue other than what the defendant told you?
No, everything that I knew about Greg was from what she told me.
I don't have any questions for right now. Preston Britton is going to ask you some questions.
And you are? What's the noise? Sorry. Thank you for being here. This is difficult for you. When did you, I hate to ask you some of these questions, but are you aware that Chris and Meagan continued their relationship after all this went down? I think it was October and November of 2020.
Yes.
And again, and he was on the 27th of September. Y'all were communicating. He was telling you that you wanted to stay with it and stay in the marriage. And, right?
Yes.
You may not. You mentioned a phone call with Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson. Isn't that right? After you learned about what was going on?
Mm-hmm.
Were you aware that he put her on? He pushed her to make that phone, be a part of the phone call? Did he tell you that?
No.
He didn't tell you she didn't want to do that? You know, be a part of that phone call?
No, because when I said call her, he called her.
Yeah, you could set that up. He didn't tell you that. Do you recall telling one of the detectives in this case that Chris Dontell called you in the early morning hours of October 3rd and told you you don't have to worry about Greg Rice anymore?
That did not happen.
I get the sense that you seem to want to put, well, and it's not good. I understand that. Do you put any responsibility on Chris Dontell for his affair with Meagan Jackson?
Absolutely.
You agree that he could have stopped at any point in being inappropriate with her, right?
Yes.
And despite continuing to promise you he was going to stick with you, he continued to engage in acts with her. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You're not claiming to be an expert in anything in terms of forensic, digital forensics or anything? You didn't take any of the anonymous texts that you received and have those reviewed by an expert, so where they come from?
I did not.
Were you aware of how many years Greg Rice and Meagan had been together on and off? Did you learn that during the course of your friendship?
I mean, I know it was longer than Savannah was alive.
Thank you very much. Ready to wrap?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just let's go to the last question and answer. You said at the time her buying things didn't seem odd. Looking back, what do you think of it now?
The amounts that she was putting in, I felt like was more than our other friend. Like the amount, I can look back and see like that probably was a red flag. But like I said, at the time, COVID, the whole world was shut down. We were the only two families that were really hanging out together. We weren't seeing our other friends and things. And so she came across as just trying to help us out.
Do you still think that?
No.
Now, defense asked you, did you know that your husband set up this phone call with the defendant about those text messages? How much time passed between you saying, get her on the phone, and him getting her on the phone?
It was right then and there. At first he was like, well, I'll text her and see. And I was like, no, call her. And he did.
No time in between?
No.
You testified that you put blame
Hello,
on
back.
him for this. I'm sure you do.
Yes.
Did you leave him when you first got those text for free messages?
No.
Did you leave him when he was arrested?
No.
Did you leave him when he pleaded guilty?
No.
In fact, you're still married to him, right?
Oh my God.
Do you know what's going to happen in the future?
No, I haven't been able to talk to him privately for 4 years.
Nothing further on.
All right, you may sit. Right.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd ask that Ms. Dontell be released from her subpoena.
You got it? All right, she's free to go.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we call the next witness, we usually get a break for some scheduling matters. I'm excused to the jury room. There are notepads in the jury box. Do not talk about the case even longer. So we'll come back after it's started.
Ah, fuck. Gotta get up again? Motherfucker. The next witness is the co-defendant. I'll be back.
All right, anything from the state before we take a break?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, Your Honor.
How long? Thank you. All right, let's take about 10, 15-minute break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Christopher Allen Dantel, Dontell.
I'm going to have you spell your middle name just because there are a couple different ways to spell Allen.
It's Allen, Allen.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Obviously, you were in custody at this time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in custody?
Since September 9th of 2021.
When were you arrested in this case?
I was arrested November 11th of 2020.
Were you out on bond for a period of time then?
I was out on bond for, I believe, about 10 months.
And what happened to put you back in jail?
The bond got revoked for contact with my co-defendant.
What did you do before you were arrested?
I was a deputy coroner for the Horry County Coroner's Office.
Did you have any other jobs or businesses?
I did. I owned a totally unrelated business in facility maintenance with a business partner in Maryland.
Now, was your case called for trial in December of last year?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when it was called for trial?
When it was called for trial, I pled to accessory after the fact and conspiracy.
Had you had any conversations with me or any other representative of the state about that plea before you stood up and said that?
No.
Do you have any agreements whatsoever with the state that's causing you to testify today?
No.
Did you plead guilty to those charges because you are in fact guilty of those charges?
Yes.
What are you hoping to get from testifying today if there are no agreements between the state and you?
Personally, I'm hoping to get a, obviously less time. I'm also hoping to provide closure for the Rice family.
Were you, I'm going to sort of jump around just a little bit because I'm going to go to after the murder before the murder. Were you interviewed multiple times by law enforcement prior to your arrest?
Yes.
Did you tell the truth during those interviews?
No.
Why?
A few reasons. One, I was still trying to protect my job. I had a family, a house, I had a career, I had a good life, and I'm trying to protect it. I'd also been threatened by my co-defendant. If I ever told the truth, she'd kill me.
You said one of the reasons is that you were trying to protect the house. You had a nice house and a family. Does your family still live in that house?
No.
And some people might think it odd that a man is afraid of a fairly petite woman. Why were you afraid of her?
I was afraid of her because I watched her kill the father of her kid. And the friend did the same thing to me.
All right. So now, how did you come to meet the defendant?
So, I believe it was early 2018. She came to work for Grindstaff Transport, which is the company that contracts with the coroner's office as well as several funeral homes in the area to do body transport. I had worked for them for several years at that time, and when the defendant came to work for Grindstaff, I was one of the ones that was kind of put in charge of helping to train her. So I taught her things like, different funeral homes have different preferences for how you speak to the families and the questions you ask, and things that you do to the body when you get back to the funeral home to prepare it for embalming. So I trained her as to the preferences of all those different funeral homes, as well as the preferences of the coroners, so that we could serve our customers the best we could.
You sort of explained it, but what does a body transport company do?
Okay, so the body transport company, in the case of a funeral home, say a funeral home calls, we would go to the place of death, meet with the family, ask several questions that are repetitive. You ask the same questions with each body, and then bring the body from the place of death to the funeral home and prepare it for embalming or cremation, depending on the circumstances. And in the case of a coroner call, we would respond to the place of death, And that could be anywhere from a hospital bed to the side of the road, anywhere in between. And we would work with the coroners while on scene just to make their job as easy as possible. We would draw blood if they needed us to draw blood. We would help collect bodily fluids. We would help package evidence, really whatever they needed.
Would body transport workers work alone or in pairs?
Both, depending on the circumstances. On a coroner case, typically it would be alone, because usually on a coroner case, there's firemen or police on scene that would help us with the bodies. In the case of a funeral home, most of the time, 2 people would go, because the family is there and you want to make sure you're handling the body with care and respect.
Did you ever see the defendant lifting a body?
Thousands of times, yes.
Did she always require assistance?
No.
You said that you met her, I believe you said sometime in 2018. When you first began working with her, did you introduce her to your family?
I wouldn't say it was when I first went to work with her, but I believe the first time she met my family was when we were living in a condo off of 38th Avenue in Myrtle Beach, and my wife was pregnant at the time, and we were moving into our new house in Conway. So I was having to box things up and lift the weight on my own because my wife couldn't lift because she was pregnant. And I just happened to be talking about it on one of our death calls one day that, I had a lot of work to get done. I was having to box things up. I didn't have much help. And the defendant volunteered to help me lift the boxes and move them downstairs and things like that. So I took her up on that offer, and she came to the condo and helped, and she met my wife.
Do you know where the defendant was living at that point?
She was living in Myrtle's Inlet.
Who was she living with?
The victim in the case and her 4 children.
The victim being Greg Rice?
Greg Rice, yeah, sorry.
When you moved from the condo, where did you and your family move?
We moved to River's Edge Plantation off of Highway 90 in Conway.
At some point, did you and the defendant begin a sexual relationship?
Yes.
How did that begin?
Well, it began, I would say, when there was a time I invited her to lunch at a restaurant called Bricks in Myrtle Beach. She came to lunch with me, and she ordered several drinks. It was the first time I'd seen her drink. She ordered a bunch of amaretto sours and got hammered drunk. After that, and let me backtrack, I was a regular at Bricks. I went there a lot. I went there with my family. I went there after leaving the hospital from autopsies for lunch. I was a regular there. So after the initial time that the defendant met me there, I continued to go there on my own, and I started seeing her there. I would run into her there. She would already be there, and she would typically be drinking by herself. And she started becoming a regular there herself, more so than I was.
This was before your sexual relationship began?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to make sure we keep the timeline correct.
I got you. So then on one of these occasions at Bricks, it was at night. She paid her bill, and she told me that she had to talk to me outside privately. So I went outside with her, and she told me to get in the van, her work van. So I got in the passenger seat, thinking she was going to ask me a question about work or something like that. And she turned the van on and threw it in reverse. I said, "Where are we going?" She said, "We can't talk right here." It was right by the entrance. There were people around. So in the back parking lot of Bricks, it's kind of an incline in the parking lot, and it goes up to a service road, like a dead-end service road. And she pulled into the service road and parked. And I said, "This looks suspicious. Why are we here?" She said, "Have you ever cheated on your wife?" I said, "No." She said, "Well, you're about to." And she climbed over the console on top of me and started to kiss me. And on that occasion, I gently pushed her off of me and said, "I'm not doing this." For the next several days, she kind of made fun of me about it and told me that I was the only guy she's ever met that would have turned down that opportunity. And eventually I didn't push her off of me. I gave in, and that's when it all started. And it became a regular event.
Do you know about when the affair started?
It would have been very late 2019, very early 2020.
Would you say that the two of you were fairly sexually active with each other? Did you have sex a lot?
I don't know, depends on what your definition of a lot is, but yeah, fairly regularly, yeah.
During your time together with the defendant, before the affair started and all the way until you stopped having contact with her, did you ever meet Greg Rice?
No.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about her relationship with Greg Rice?
Yes.
How did she describe her relationship with Greg Rice?
She described it as abusive. Basically, that he was a drug abusing woman beater, and that was why she left him.
During your time with her, did you ever see any physical evidence of any abuse that she suffered?
No.
You got to give it to her. That was a good one.
Did you have any other reason to believe that Greg Rice had anything to do with illegal drugs?
No.
Have you ever cheated on your wife?
At some
You were about
point,
to.
did the defendant move into your neighborhood?
Yes.
That's
a leading question, my opinion, objective.
Do you know when that was?
She moved into the neighborhood around Christmas time of 2019. And I remember that because she had a Christmas tree in her house before she had anything else.
Okay. Once she moved into the neighborhood, did you and your family begin to spend time with her and her children?
Yes.
Okay, and let me actually back up. Who moved into her house, excuse me?
In River's Edge?
Yes.
She had left Greg, and she moved into the new house with her 4 children.
Approximately how far away was the house that she moved into from your house?
Right down the street, within a 2-minute walk, roughly.
And I think I might have just asked this, but did your family start spending time with each other?
All the time.
Did you ever have an opportunity to speak to the children about their father, Greg Rice?
Yeah, I mean,
I did what Red Mike was, yeah, you can't get into what he said about a lot of that question.
Okay.
I mean, you can't say what Greg Rice said.
I didn't ask what Greg Rice said. I was asking about the children, but I can ask it this way. In your time with the victim's children, did you see anything that would indicate that the children were afraid of him?
just the opposite. No, they spoke very high. They spoke of him the way I would want my children to speak of me.
Your Honor, he's talking about what other people said. That's a hearsay. Hearsay, what children said, hearsay.
At some point, did Erica, your wife, find out that you and the defendant were having an affair?
Yes.
And let me ask the obvious question first. Before she found out, did you take steps to hide the affair from her?
Yes.
Did that include lying to her?
Yes.
So at some point, Erica found out about the affair. Do you know how she found out?
I believe it was when she received anonymous text messages.
Were you together with her when she got those text messages?
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
Did she?
You know, that's not a affirmative answer. He said it's pretty certain. Okay, but question is,
I can
clarify what you want me to do. All right, just have him rephrase it, check on him, see if he is testifying what he knows. He testify, not sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Forgot where I was now. Did she show you any of those? Did she confront you about those text messages?
Yes, she did.
What was your response to her about the text? Do you remember what any of them said?
It was something to the effect of, your husband has impregnated someone. Just thought you might want to know about it.
What did you say when she confronted you with those text messages?
That I had no idea who would have sent that, and that wasn't true.
So you lied to her because you were trying to cover up your affair?
Yeah.
At that time, did you have any idea who sent those messages?
No.
Did you and or your wife ever, well, I'll stick with you, so it's personal knowledge. Did you ever speak with the defendant about those texts?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you who was sending the text or who she thought was sending the text?
She pretty much immediately said that it was Greg Rice.
And I apologize if I've asked you this before. Did you ever meet Greg?
No, as far as, I never shook his hand. We never spoke. I saw him, he would drive through the neighborhood to pick up the kids. I would wave at him, just a friendly wave. That was the extent of my interaction with him.
After those initial texts, did you and your wife remain married?
I'm sorry?
After Erica received those initial texts, that's a hard word, did you guys remain married?
Yes.
Did it cause additional strain on your marriage?
Yes.
First indulgence for. Your Honor, I'm going to approach the court's permission with the State's Exhibit 153. Did you and the defendant have more than one conversation about who might be kind of trying to leak word of the affair?
Yeah, it was an ongoing conversation over the course of several days.
And were they in-person conversations, text conversations, or both?
Both.
If you could just look at Exhibit 153, it's not admitted yet, so don't read it out loud or anything.
Okay.
But is that a text conversation that you had with the defendant?
It appears to be, yes. I mean, it's been 5 years, so I don't remember exactly,
Right.
but
Is that your phone number?
it is my phone number, yes.
Is that her phone number?
Yes.
Did anyone else ever text from your phone?
Not to my knowledge.
And to your knowledge, did anyone ever text from the defendant's phone? Text you from the defendant's phone?
Other than her, no.
Thanks.
Your Honor, I don't think you can know who texted her phone, so I'm going to strike that in.
He said not to my knowledge.
I'll roll that out.
Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit here. Before your wife got those anonymous text messages, had you and the defendant and one of her daughters and a friend gone to Florida together?
Yes.
Okay, just tell us a little bit about that.
So the conversation began with, I was going to go to Florida to two things. The Jacksonville area to look at some convenience stores. There was a contract that I got with my maintenance company every year to pressure wash lots of convenience stores up and down the East Coast. And the client that we worked for had numerous stores in Florida that I had never had the chance to bid. And I had been wanting to go there for a long time to drop a business card to some of the franchisees at the stores and try to get my foot in the door to get the Florida region of the contract. There's also a really good pizza place in St. Augustine that I like to go to. And I discussed all this with the defendant.
So how is it that you and the defendant and these two other people went together?
Yeah, she said, well, I'll pay for the whole trip. And she booked the trip and we went together and I didn't resist.
Did you tell Erica that you were going with the defendant and the defendant's daughter and her friend?
No, she knew I was going to Florida, but not with them.
It's mentioned. So I'm approaching with State's Exhibit 98. And I'm just going to direct your attention to, I think it's the 6th line. Is that an accurate list of the people who went to Florida on that trip?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did anyone else know who all went on that trip?
No, not to my knowledge.
While you were, and how close in time was that trip to when Greg was killed?
I don't remember the exact dates of the trip. I know Greg was killed on the night of the 2nd. It would have been within a week to 2 weeks, I believe.
During that trip, did the defendant tell you anything about any text conversations or issues she was having with the victim?
Yes. So during that trip, she claimed that Greg Rice was upset because she had left the kids with him for longer than he expected to have them. And then she showed me what appeared to be a text from Greg saying something to the effect of, "You have a storm coming."
Did she show you just that text message, or did she show you like an entire conversation?
She did not show me the entire conversation. Matter of fact, that's the only line I remember.
Did the defendant talk to you about that sort of message?
Well, going forward from that point, she acted as if she was terrified of Greg, and that that storm coming message meant that he was going to abuse her again. She was in fear of him, and it was a constant subject of conversation after that. I don't know how she did it. She's very tech savvy, and she did something with her phone to where she could see Greg's phone screen on her phone, and she could track his location. She could see if he was texting somebody, she could see his screen on her screen from wherever she was. Like I said, it was a constant conversation. She thought that he was going to use the kids against her. She claimed that he had made comments about trying to take the kids and get child support from her. And like I said, it was a constant conversation after she got that text.
Again, I apologize, I'm jumping around a little bit. At some point, did the defendant tell you that she had become pregnant?
Yes.
Was that before or after the trip to Florida?
Before. That would have been in, I believe it was late August.
Did she tell you who the father of the child was?
She said the father of the child was me.
At some point during this time period when the anonymous text messages were being sent, was there ever any conversation about a package coming in the mail?
Yes. One of the anonymous texts that my wife received said that something along the lines of all the proof is in the mail, or all the proof, all these messages will be sent in paper form, something like that, in the mail.
And so what conversations did you and the defendant have about this potential package?
I don't remember exact conversations we had about it, but I can tell you when it came, I was home and I received it.
Who was the package addressed to?
It was addressed to my wife.
Was there a return address on it?
There was. It was from an education company in Columbia.
What made you think that that was the package that would be related to the anonymous text?
Because the company that was listed, or the school that was listed as the sender, was not the school that my wife worked for. It was a different one. And combine that with the fact that supposedly this stuff was coming in the mail, I put two and two together, and I opened the package, and
What did you see inside?
I saw several pages of what appeared to be screenshots of text messages, as well as photo collages. And to be honest with you, I didn't even examine it. I knew what it was, and I got in my car and drove it down to the defendant's house and gave it to her.
Did you have any idea what she was going to do with that package?
I did not.
But you said you saw photo. What did you see inside the box?
Photo collages. Some of the pages had screenshots of text messages. Some of them had photo collages. I mean, I noticed that there were some pictures I recognized of myself on there, but I didn't analyze each page or look at all the pictures.
Okay. Now let's move to October 2nd.
Okay.
Starting at about 6:15, the jury has seen evidence that you and the defendant left River's Edge in separate cars around 6:15, 6:20. I'm just trying to orient him into.
That's the standing objection. Just ask your question.
At some point that evening, did you and the defendant leave River's Edge community at about the same time?
I'm not sure I'm
I
buying
don't
what he's
believe
selling.
so. I believe I was already out working,
Of course, indulgence.
and When I met with her, if I recall correctly, it was at the Heritage Wildlife Preserve.
With indulgence.
What do you reckon, T? You buying what he's selling?
What type of car did you typically drive?
A silver Ford Explorer.
Was that a county car?
Yes.
What type of car did the defendant typically drive?
Typically I believe it was silver, Honda Odyssey minivan.
I'm approaching you with admitted exhibits 136 and 138. So let's start with 136.
Something's not adding up.
Both the car and the driver in that photo.
Yes, that's the defendant driving her work van.
What's the date and timestamp on that?
October 2nd, 6:16 p.m.
Okay, now look at 138. Do you recognize that car?
Yeah, that appears to be me entering the gate at October 2nd at 6:20 p.m. Okay.
And you said entering. Is that you entering the community or?
Yeah, I believe we're both entering in that picture. I'm not sure though.
And if you don't know, that's fine.
I don't know.
Okay. Shortly after this time, did you two go to, and I'm just calling it Preserve because they ain't too long, the Preserve on International Drive?
We did, yes.
What was the purpose of going there?
Shooting.
Had you done that before?
Yes, many times.
Did you, when you would go shooting, who was shooting? Was it you, was it her, or was it a combination?
She, on the other hand, 100%
prior to all of this, I would say total throughout the duration of time that from the time I met the defendant until all of this transpired, we probably went shooting 12 to 15 times. Sometimes it was at the Heritage Preserve. Sometimes it was in the woods off of Road. I know she shot more frequently than I did, but she often asked me to go with her, and sometimes I did. Sometimes I went and didn't shoot, and she shot. Sometimes I did shoot.
So speaking directly to the night of October 2nd.
Suppose that's healthier for you.
The defendant.
Do you know what kind of gun she used?
I don't know the kind of gun. I know it was a small black gun. I don't know the brand or anything.
How long, you can estimate, and if you can't, that's fine. How long were you in the Preserve that night?
Not long. So I had worked all day that day. I went on call for the coroner's office at 8 o'clock that morning. I got my first call pretty much right away, and I stayed busy all day. I hadn't eaten much, and I wanted to go to get some dinner. That was my priority. So when we shot, we weren't there more than 10 to 15 minutes. I remember it being muddy, and all I could think about was eating. So we didn't stay long.
So did you guys in fact go to eat after that?
We did, yes.
Where did you go?
Abuelos.
How long were you at Abuelos for? You can estimate or not if you don't know.
I would only be estimating an hour maybe.
What did you do after Abuelos?
So, well, while we were at Abuelos, I remember that a friend of my family who works at a different restaurant, it was her last weekend working there, and I mentioned to the defendant that we should have gone there in Socastee. So we decided that when we left Abuelos, we would stop by there to see her on her last shift. So we left Abuelos and headed for the restaurant in Socastee. When we got there, there was a line out the door and there was nowhere to park, so we ended up not even going there. So we continued on down the road to another friend of ours' residence. He lives on a houseboat in the Osprey Marina. So we headed toward the Osprey Marina.
Did you end up going to that friend's house?
We did not. So backtracking again, I'm sorry. The defendant was acting unusual all day that day. Starting early in the day, she was unavailable for my death calls, which was very unusual because normally when I'm on call, she's right behind me. She followed me around the county, and she would respond to my calls whether I needed her there or not. So it was unusual that she wasn't available part of the day. And then she was very quiet. Even at Abuelos, she was reserved and something was off. So then while we're driving, when we got to the Osprey Marina, I was turning in and she said, just keep driving. I don't want to see Charles, who's our friend. I don't feel like dealing with people. Just keep driving.
So what did you guys do?
So we continued driving. I remember we drove down Enterprise Road to Bay Road and looped back around to 707.
Was anything going on between the two of you during that ride?
Not that I recall in particular, but we, at some point I remember I realized that I didn't have any of my supplies that I needed for work. I had a little blue bag that I carried with me that had all the paperwork I needed. It had my gloves. It had things I would need if I were to get a death call. And I had left it in my Explorer at Buelos. So we went, at some point we went back to get the bag out of my Explorer in case I got a death call. So I would be able to do what I needed to do.
Can I infer then that you and the defendant were driving in her van when you?
We were, yeah, we left my Explorer at Buelos. And I was driving her van.
What happened after you went back to Abuelos to pick up your bag?
She said that she needed to stop by at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home because she had left her glasses there earlier that day.
Was this after typical business hours at a funeral home?
It was late. It was dark. So it had to have been 9 o'clock or so.
How would you guys have gotten into the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home? If it's after hours?
With the key.
Who had a key?
The defendant definitely had one. I may have also had one. I had keys to some funeral homes, but not others. So we had at least one key with us, maybe two.
Okay. So the defendant said she has to get glasses. Did you in fact go to the funeral home?
We did.
Tell me about that. What happened?
So we went to the funeral home and I assumed she was looking for her glasses. She went to the left. We walked in the back door of the building. She walked to the left, which is back toward where the embalming room is. I went straight up the hall toward the office. At some point, I heard her speaking, presumably on the phone. And then I heard the conversation end. She came to the office. When she got to the office, she had her cell phone out. And I was talking to her and she wasn't looking up at me. Whatever was on her phone, she was very, had her attention. And she said, I have to go see Greg.
Did she say why she had to go see Greg?
She did not, but I said, well, I'm not going.
Why not? Why wouldn't you go?
Because she was constantly complaining about drama and abuse, and I didn't want to be part of it. She would typically take a friend with her. Her friend Savannah would go with her to Greg's house, or she would go on her own.
Is that based on what she told you, or did you actually witness her?
Based on what she told me.
So what?
I didn't want to be caught up in drama.
What happened when you told her you weren't going to go?
She said she would just be a few minutes, just go with her.
What happened next?
So I drove her van. We drove toward Greg's apartment complex, which is off of Arrowhead Road.
Let me stop you there for a second. Did you know where Greg lived before this?
I knew where his apartment complex was. I'd been there on death calls before, so I knew roughly, I forget what it was called now, but I knew how to get to the general area.
Did you ever require directions to get there?
No.
What? So I'm sorry, now continue. You headed in the direction of...
We headed in the direction. She called Greg while we were driving, and I guess he had indicated to her that he was outside. She told me that she makes him meet her outside because she's uncomfortable going to his apartment. So he meets her outside of the apartment complex. So we were driving down Arrowhead Road, and I saw Greg on the left side of the road walking towards us, just outside of the apartment complex. And I said, is that him? She said, yeah. So as we approached him, I started to slow down, and she said, make a U-turn. So I kind of passed him, made a U-turn. And as I pulled up alongside him, she said, because he stopped walking, he kind of turned to face our van. And I was stopping right next to him. And she said, pull up, don't be awkward. So I said, pull up. She said, yeah, pull up. So I pulled up so that we had passed him.
What happened next?
She opened the door and shot him.
How many shots did you hear?
A lot.
What did you do?
I froze.
Did the defendant
Where
say
was she
anything?
hiding the gun?
Yeah. She said, what are you doing? Help me, help me. cursing at me, help me.
So what did you do?
I got out of the van and walked toward the back of the van. Greg was laying right at the back of the van on the side of the road.
What did you do?
She said, put him in the back of the van. So I opened the back of the van and we started treating him just as we would treat any other body. And I grabbed a sheet, wrapped it up like a rope, put it underneath his torso to help with leverage. And then in her van, she had what we call I don't remember what we called it, like a sliding board. It was a black plastic backboard, and it was flexible so you could put a body on it and easily slide it and maneuver it around. I pulled that off of her stretcher, and using the sheet as leverage, we both picked Greg up and put him on the sliding board and put him into the back of the van.
What did you do next?
I reached in and started buckling him. So on the mortuary stretchers that we put him on, there's 2 seat belts, and you click them, and what they do is they hold the body in place. And I started to do that, and she started screaming and cussing at me and said, what are you doing? We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here. And I shut the back door. Greg was just kind of haphazardly on the stretcher. He wasn't buckled on. He wasn't covered up. And we got in the van, and I hightailed it out of there.
How long would you say you were in the Arrowhead community?
Not long. I mean, it happened fast. And by the time when I pulled up in front of him, it was like one swift move. Like she opened the door, slid out, and it was pop, 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 pop.
Had the 2 of you moved bodies before together? You just have to say yes or no.
Yes.
As part of your jobs, was that a fairly frequent occurrence?
Yes, every day.
So you said that you hightailed it out of the Arrowhead community. Where did you go?
We went back to the funeral home.
What happened when you got there?
Well, first of all, on the way there, I asked her, what just happened? Why did you do that? And she didn't say much. She told me to go to the funeral home. And I just remember the complete nonchalance. Just like this, it was like a minor inconvenience that we were going through.
So what happened once you got back at the funeral home?
Fake cry, fake cry.
So at the funeral home, when you bring a body in, they have a garage and they have coolers in the garage, and the coolers have one door that you open, and there's either 3 or 4 shelves inside the door. And wheeled Greg in on stretcher. I made a cremation container, which is pretty much a glorified cardboard box. And you use little zip ties to tie it up and make it rigid. And I made one just like we would make for anybody else. And I put it into the cooler and pushed the stretcher up next to it and started to push Greg in. And the whole time she was yelling, "Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Hurry up. We got to get out of here. Hurry up. Are you stupid?" Over and over again. Are you stupid?
Did you have any concerns about leaving the victim in a cooler and leaving the funeral home?
I put a. So
About
sometimes the
like
coroners
pure
obviously
hype.
use funeral homes as extra storage, like if we're out of room at the morgue in Conway, or if it's for whatever reason we might need to leave a body in a funeral home. And typically we put a note on the shelf that the body's on that just says "Hold for coroner," and that's what I did. I put a note on it that said "Hold for coroner."
Would that have been unusual? A note, hold for coroner?
No, that was a regular thing.
During this time that you're taking Greg out of the van and loading him into the cooler, were you able to see him? Was there a lot of blood?
So the night that we put him in,
Yes, the night he was killed.
I did not look. I had draped a sheet across him when we brought him in from the van, and I just pushed him in like he was. Now the next night, I saw him.
Okay,
And there
I'll
was-
get to that in just a minute.
Okay.
So after you put Greg in the cooler, what did you guys do?
Got out of there fast and went back to her house.
Did you go back?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
On the way back to her house, we had to get my Explorer from Abuela's. So we stopped to get my Explorer before we went back to her house. On the way to get the Explorer, she told me that if I ever told anybody what happened, she would kill me. And that we have to be in this together. She told me that I have to stay with her that night. I better not leave her. And then we went, got my Explorer. We went to Lowe's food store, International Drive. And I can't remember which vehicle we left there. We left one of the vehicles in the parking lot of the Lowe's food store. and
So
took
your
the other
Explorer
two.
was still at Abuelo's, but you went and picked it up and went to Lowe's? I'm just trying to get that.
Correct, yes.
Where did you go after that?
We went to Meagan's house.
So at some point, did you go back to the funeral home that night?
We did.
Why?
So I got to backtrack and tell you background. When we got back to her house, her daughter, Savannah, was watching TV in the living room. And I just remember thinking how normal it looked in the house. I had to pretend that this hadn't just happened. Sorry. Meagan went straight to the shower. And I sat on the couch with Savannah. I'm sorry, Savannah.
Okay, you just have to answer my question.
Sat on the couch with her. And I tried to make small talk. Like I hadn't just watched her mother kill her father. I'm sorry, what was the question?
You said you would return to the funeral home at some point that night. So you got back to Megan's house, you're upstairs taking a shower, you're on the couch with Savannah, what happened next?
I'm not buying it.
So there's an app that we use for the coroner's office called Iris.
Is that
And
IRIS?
I believe it's IRISS.
So there's an app. What?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So the Iris app, it tells you what's going on in the county. Only law enforcement, fire, rescue, coroners have access to it. And I remember seeing on the app that there was what appeared to be a pending death on the south end of town. It said it was a cardiac arrest. The call came in as a cardiac arrest. I believe it was a man that was found down in his driveway. And I told the defendant after she got out of the shower about that call. I said, it looks like there's going to be a death call and I can't not go on it. I can't act like something is out of the ordinary. And she said that she wanted to go back to the funeral home anyway because she forgot to get Greg's belongings off of his body.
Did she ever say why she wanted to get his belongings?
I don't know that she specifically said why.
Okay. Did you then go back to the funeral home?
We did.
What happened when you got there?
When we got there, I parked out back. I did not go in at first. It's very late at night this morning. It's got to be probably after midnight. And I parked out back. I stayed in the car. The defendant went into the building. And right after she went in the building, two older people, an older couple, walked around from the side of the building around back. And I had never seen them before. And they were walking toward the door of the building. And I thought it was unusual that they were going into the back door of the funeral home at 12:30 at night. So I asked them, I rolled down the window, I said, can I help you? And they weren't very friendly. They just said, we're here to work. So with everything that was going on this evening, everything in the world just wasn't adding up to me. So I got out of the Explorer and went into the funeral home. I walked back to the left and because I saw the light was on the embalming room, and they were in there. The older couple was in there, and they told me that they were trade embalmers and that they were there to embalm the body. I still thought it was odd that I had never seen them before, but there was a deceased woman on the table, and they appeared to be embalmers. So I made small talk with them for a minute, and I left. I walked back out to the main hallway to go back outside. At that point, the defendant was walking down the hallway like she had come from the front of the building.
How long would you say the defendant was in the funeral home before the trade embalmers went in?
Not long at all. Maybe less than a minute, probably.
When she came walking up, did you ever see what she had taken from Greg's body?
Yeah, I saw keys and I forget what else, but she had some of his personal effects.
Did she ever tell you what she did with that stuff?
Yeah, so the next morning, I'm still on call. I'm on call all throughout this weekend. The next morning, I had death calls in the morning. She went on, I believe, the first death call I had. She actually did the transport for it. And then she said she was going to be unavailable because she had to make things seem normal for the kids, and she was supposed to take them to Greg's apartment that morning.
So what did she do with the belongings?
So I'm sorry. I wasn't there, but she told me that she took the kids and Greg's belongings to his apartment, and that she hid his keys and his wallet in a cushion on his front porch, and then let the kids find them.
Come here.
For some reason. So she
Come on.
hid the belongings that she took off his body on his outdoor furniture, let the kids find them. She also told me that while she was there,
I'm here.
she went back out to the road in front of the complex and picked up shell casings that were in the road that had been left there the night before. And this was in broad daylight.
So this is now October 3rd.
Yeah, the morning of the 3rd.
Okay. Did you and the defendant have any conversations about what to do with Greg's body?
Yeah, so I believe what happened that morning after she took the kids to Greg's apartment was she went to her boss's house and dropped them off there because Greg,
believes.
That's the standard. If he knows, he knows. If he doesn't,
okay, the defendant told me that she dropped the kids off with her boss, Chuck Benjamin, at which point she became available for death calls because she didn't have kids anymore. I had a death call on Treetop Court off of Bay Road, and the defendant came and did that transport for me. So I went inside and I talked with the next of kin of the deceased. The defendant came in, we did our normal job, preparing the body for transport, got the body on the stretcher together, at which point the defendant took the stretcher to her van, and I went to my Explorer to do the paperwork that goes along with the body to the funeral. While I was doing the paperwork, the defendant got in the passenger seat of my Explorer. And she told me that I have to get rid of the body.
What did you say?
I said no. I told her that she should ask Jim to cremate the body. Jim was the owner of the funeral home. I told her she should ask Chuck to help her, that I was already way more involved than I wanted to be. And she told me, this isn't about Jim, this isn't about Chuck, this is about you, and I saved your life. This is the least you could do for me.
So did you agree to dispose of Greg's body?
Not at first. It was an ongoing debate all day. With me refusing to do it, and then her telling me that if that body gets found at the funeral home, she's going to kill me. And I'll tell you, I'd known Meagan for a while at that point, and she talked like that all the time. She talked like, I'm going to kill this person or that person. I want to kill my kids. I want to gouge so-and-so's eyes out.
It's not responsible to the question.
Keep going.
I'm going to gouge so-and-so's eyes out. But prior to all this happening, I never took that seriously. But on the night of the 2nd, that changed. And when I heard her say, do this or do that, or I'm going to kill you. I just watched her kill the father of her kids. I'm going to take it serious.
So did you, in fact, dispose of Greg's body?
I did. So I went to Lowe's, and I honestly, at the time, had no idea what I was going to do with the body or if I was even going to do what she wanted me to do. I didn't want to do it. And when I was there shopping at Lowe's, I didn't know where I was taking him. I didn't know if I was going to go to the water or to the woods or somewhere else. And I just started buying things that I thought might be useful. And it makes me sick to even tell this story. Sorry.
Well, at some point, did you go back to the funeral home to get Greg's body?
Yes. So, and if I can fill in a little bit again, I bought the items at Lowe's. Later on in the day, we had a death call in Aner. The defendant was available for it. While we were on the death call, she told me that she was having a miscarriage, actively. And that particular body was going to be stored at the coroner's office at the morgue there. So we left the house where the person died, and we took them back to the coroner's office. And the defendant got out of her van and walked straight into the bathroom of the coroner's office and was in there for, I estimate, 20 to 30 minutes. I handled the body. I took care of what needed to be done. Eventually, she came out of the bathroom and she told me, again, so nonchalantly, well, I'm having a miscarriage, so things are really working out for you. Greg's dead and I'm having a miscarriage. And she told me that I better get rid of that body tonight. Meaning Greg's body.
So at some point, did you go back to the funeral home to get Greg's body?
Yeah, exactly. What about the CCTV footage at the funeral homes? There would have definitely been cameras everywhere.
She had told me to get him out of the county. So I went to the funeral home, and I took my Explorer, and I put him in my Explorer.
When did you transport him in?
So I grabbed a portable stretcher. I believe I got out of her van. It was either out of the van or it was out of the funeral home itself. But they have these fold-up stretchers. They fold out and they look like a big heavy-duty backboard. I took him out of the cooler. I put him on that.
Was there anything covering the stretcher before you put Greg's body on top?
There was. I unfolded the tarp that I purchased and put it on the
What did you
stretcher.
do?
I pulled Greg out using the sheets that were still around him from the previous night, and I pulled him over onto the tarp. And at this point, I looked at him because it all seemed so surreal. I just had to see his face and believed it was him.
Well, let me stop you there for a second. Obviously, you saw deceased people on a regular basis. Were you able to tell at that point whether Greg was alive or dead?
He was dead. I knew he was dead. He was dead within a couple seconds of her shooting him.
So what did you do after you put him on the stretcher that the tarp was covering?
I strapped him on using the seatbelts on the stretcher, and I took him out to the Explorer and put him in the Explorer. And at this point, I still didn't know where I was going. So I sat behind the funeral home for a few minutes and I thought about going to Myrtle's Inlet. There's a lot of water down there. And then I decided, I don't even remember my train of thought, but I decided to take him out 501. I knew that the PD River was out on the county line. And I started heading in that direction. So while I was on 501, I just didn't want to be doing this. And all I could think about was, how can I get out of this? I felt like there was no good decision I could make. I called the police, she's gonna kill me. Pulled over into a parking lot, and I sat there for a few minutes. It was just a business. It was late nights, an empty parking lot. Just trying to think of how can I get out of this? And eventually I came to the realization that I wasn't getting out of it, and I just had to finish what I was doing. So I looked at the map on my phone, at the river at the county line, and I decided to head out 378. So I drove out 378, and there wasn't much traffic, but as I got close to the county line, there was a car that had flown up behind me, and I pulled into a little convenience store about a mile or so before the county line, and I let that car pass. And then I continued out toward the river. When I got there, I actually drove across the bridge. And after you cross the bridge in Marion County, there's a sharp bend, I believe, to the right in the road. After that bend, you can see ahead for a long way. And I made sure that there was no oncoming cars, so that nobody was going to pull up on me while I was doing what I was doing. And once I knew there were no cars coming, I did a U-turn. I went back to the middle of the bridge and popped the back gate of the Explorer. Took about 10 seconds to put them in the water.
What did you do after that?
Went back to the defendant's house.
Was there any conversation at that point about getting rid of, had you done that?
I came in and she smiled at me and said, "Did you do what you need to do? What you needed to do?" I said, "Yes." And she said, "Good boy."
Let me just back up on something. Do you know what happened to the gun the defendant used? Did she ever tell you what she did?
She told me that she put it in the intercoastal waterway off of International Drive, along with shell casings and I believe some of his other personal effects.
Okay. At some point, did the two of you kind of strategize about what to tell the police if they ever questioned you?
Yeah. So I got a call from Greg Went with Horry County Police asking me to come in to talk about Greg Rice's disappearance. At this point, he hadn't been found. So I told the defendant that I got that call, at which point she started drumming up this whole story about what we were going to tell him. And that's what we went with. It was not true at all.
Is that a story you repeated to the police
Yes.
time and time again before your arrest?
Yes, I felt like I had no choice.
At some point, did you decide to tell the truth about what happened?
I did.
And what spurred that decision? What made you decide to tell the truth?
Well, the first conversation I had with my lawyer, I told her what I was guilty of, and I said, I will plead to that now and I'll tell the whole truth. But I want my family to be protected, because as soon as it came out that I was talking and actually telling the truth and not the story, I didn't know what she would do. She would hurt my family. So back in December, my lawyer arranged for I guess they came to an agreement with the county that they would put some type of GPS radius around my family. And my understanding of it was that if the defendant, who was on home detention at the time on an ankle monitor, were to enter into these areas anywhere near my family, the police would be dispatched immediately. That was the point where I was somewhat comfortable telling the truth.
So did you meet with Ms. Waller and investigators at J. Ruth Mall?
Yes.
At the beginning of that meeting, did you tell the entire truth?
At the beginning of the meeting,
Did you come in with a written statement? And I'll actually.
I did. Well, yeah, I came with a written statement. When I wrote the statement, I didn't tell the whole truth. That was prior to my conversation with my lawyer about the GPS radius and protecting my family. So yes, I came with that statement, but during that meeting, the safety arrangement was made, at which point I told the entire truth.
What else can you bribe me with?
And this is previously admitted, States Exhibit 158. All right, so this is an aerial view of the Arrowhead complex with the Flint Lake Apartments right in here. I'll hold it closer to you because I know you can't have your arms. Can you show us where?
So this is Arrowhead, right?
Yeah, that's Arrowhead.
Okay.
And this would be, I think that's the,
Clay Pond?
yeah, that's the Clay Pond entrance.
Okay.
So can you tell us, if that's Flint Lake, where along this road
Yeah.
the
So
victim was shot?
He was coming out on the right.
Here, I'm just, sorry, I'm gonna hold it up like,
Yeah.
Tommy, can you just not block the view of the jury?
It would have been somewhere in the vicinity of where this new, it looks like a new construction road is on one side, and then looks like there's a fairway for a golf course on the other side of the road, straight across from the construction.
Okay, so just, I wanna make sure, and then I'll show the jury. This area right here where this construction is,
Correct, generally right in that vicinity.
did you see that, Tommy?
Yep.
Okay. Right by the construction. Court's indulgence for a moment, please. I don't have any further questions at this time. I believe Mr. Tommy Burton may have some questions for you.
You can have files, go ahead and take a short break before we start cross-examination. We'll take about 10 to 15 minute break, with the notepads in the jury box. We'll bring you back out.
Yeah, what's going on?
All right, anything from the state court recess?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything from the defense?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
I'll teach you for closing my eyes.
You can't talk to anyone during the break, okay?
Your Honor, do you want him to remain on the witness stand?
Well, I'm gonna let
Or
the
leave it?
security do whatever they need. Whether they stay here or they want to take them out. Either or, has to go in the back. Whatever you need. All right. All right, I'll take about 10, 15 minute break.
I'm not getting up. I can't be bothered. I'm nearly asleep. I'm listening, but my eyes won't stay open. Well, he needs to finish his cross-examination and redirect, because it's the lead investigator, I think, that's on the stand all day tomorrow. He doesn't come back, so he has to finish that testimony today. What have I got? What have I got? How about Drunkle?
They said, hey, you have to open this via the secret method.
How the fuck are you supposed to know that?
Go. Chat. I am mildly to severely intoxicated, so.
Oh my.
But yeah, secret passage in the thing.
Yuri Buchanan is a credible witness.
For fucking up their investigation. Like, and this is the point I've made on Twitter before. How was I supposed to know to open up the secret passage?
The ladies love some Alan Jackson. But they pay attention, they lock in. When frickin' Hank Brennan talks, just like the rest of us, what do we hear, Bibbs? We hear things such as, wah, 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 wah.
Secret passage.
Oh dear. I'll quack myself up. What's that? Who's that? Oh, well, change his intro. Oops. What else have I got in here? Oh, these new things came up. What are they? Oh, these are from StreamYard. How about this one? Well, there you go. That doesn't. Just Rob's face cracks me up. He hasn't done a bloody Friday Night Frenzy for weeks. How about some music? Ready, please, Mr. Music. Did you like my new backing? There you go. My backdrop? Oh. No. There you go. Thank you, sir. How about, oh, I'm going to put that back up on the. Oh, there's a movement. What about one of them?
Things that criminals will do. For the record, come on in.
I am working on the next episode. I promise it's coming back. I've got probably 3 or 4 different projects on the run at the moment. I haven't finished any one of them.
So don't you take a little time to hit subscribe and ring that bell and smash that like, you might as well. For the record, come on in. Stories that make your head spin. For the record, come on in. Listen in and have your say. Each and every case and file, each and every court and trial. Listen to our voices true, each one with their point of view. For the record, come on in. Stories that make your head spin. For the record, come on in. Listen in and have your say. Each and every case we share is dedicated to our care for chasing truth and honesty and keeping up transparency. For the record, come on in. Stories that make your head spin. For the record, come what may. Listen in and have your say.
Great song.
So my name is Sarah Boone, and I'm on file for my life. And my defense in this darn trial is that I'm just a battered wife. My boyfriend George and I would drink and end up in a fight, till a game of hide and seek caused massive changes overnight. You see, we had been drinking wine, and I was probably off my face. And my boyfriend thought it cool to put himself in a suitcase. When I zipped him up inside, he started calling out my name. So I recorded what he said, cause I thought he was so lame. I was so drunk that I passed out, woke up with a thumping head. And when I opened up the suitcase, I found my boyfriend who was dead. Now they charged me with his murder, and I've been locked up in this jail. And my fate may be decided from my recordings of his wail. And in my statement I would say that the game of hide and seek is what we both wanted to play. And then I got some useless lawyers that were really effing dense, and they refused to change my claim to make it out of self-defense. So now I'm on my ninth attorney, and 5 long years has been a while, writing letters to the judge while I've been waiting for my trial. So when James Owen saw my ad, chose to help me save my life. He then put forward a new motion to claim defense for battered wife. So let's see who has the power. But I might stick during the trial if I don't get a doggone shower. I want my chippies and Pop-Tarts and a box of cookies too. And maybe add to that some water and some peppermint to chew.
Peppermint to chew. I'm not sure what this one is.
How's the pizza? Only 3 weeks. Yeah, it's okay. It's all after a while.
No idea what that is. Apparently the going back to the Menendez brothers, that just reminded me because of Sarah Boone. Not only was their trial one of the very first trials to be viewed live stream, but it was one of the first to claim the battered person syndrome. Because that's what Sarah Boone was claiming. The battered wife. Oh, excuse me. Knackered. It was nice to see Dan today. Or hear him.
Before we bring the jury in.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense? No. All right, let's bring the jury in.
Yes, yes. It is true. You have a wealth of knowledge. The shit that I remember. And then the shit that I forget.
Miss Dontell, I remind you, you're still under oath, okay?
She's absolutely guilty. Have a look at her. I have no doubt. And I haven't even seen the result. Did you watch his sentencing today? Even though he took a plea? Yeah. Turn the volume up.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepads. Cross-examination.
Dontell, were you married in a church?
No.
Where were you married?
Where?
Yeah.
At Bueschgen Stadium in Maryland.
Okay. Did you take any vows at that wedding?
I did, yes.
Did you vow to be faithful to your wife?
Yes.
You weren't, though, were you?
No.
In fact, there were numerous occasions where you weren't faithful to her. Isn't that true?
Correct.
For a long period of time, several months, you were having sex with Meagan Jackson, right?
Correct.
All over the place. At your house, no place.
Correct.
Okay. And your wife still living in your house.
Correct.
And nowhere during that time did you tell her what was that?
No.
You didn't say, I met somebody and we need to separate.
No.
You were having sex with both of them, isn't that true?
Correct.
And that is worse than a lie, isn't it, sir? That's betrayal, isn't it?
I suppose so.
You're the kind of man that will lie and betray his own wife. Isn't that true?
I did for a period of time, yes.
Well,
So why won't you lie now?
Is the question how about 15 or 20?
Are you lying now, boy?
Let's just say, how many times do you have sex with Meagan Jackson?
I don't know.
Too many to count, right?
I suppose so.
We met your wife, seemed like a fine person. You broke her heart, didn't you?
Yes.
You're the kind of man that's so selfish. He'll hurt others. You cried about your family? Up here on that stand, you cried about your family? You weren't crying about your family when you were doing what you were doing with Meagan Jackson, were you?
No, I was completely blind to everything that was going on aside from Meagan.
Oh, let me ask you about that.
Yeah,
you blame Meagan
hide the
Jackson
pussy.
for having oral sex with you and other kind of things. You blame her?
I don't blame Meagan Jackson for that. No, sir. I blame myself.
That's a good point. You blame yourself. You're not blaming her. You talked at the beginning like she did this, she did that. You're a grown man. You could have decided to tell her no and never have anything to do with it. Could.
I could have.
And you could have stopped anytime you wanted to. Right?
Yes.
Okay. But you did stop. Even after the way you described these events of that night, through your tears, you were still having sex with Meagan Jackson afterwards.
Correct, for a period, yes.
Okay. So now that takes a special man, doesn't it? To see the things you saw and cry all those tears, and you go right back to having sex with her. That's unusual, isn't it?
I don't know if it's usual or not.
Well, it's wrong, wasn't it?
I would say it was wrong.
Yeah, that Bible you put your hand over says it's wrong, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's adultery. You were committing adultery, right? And that's in the Ten Commandments that you're not supposed to do
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question on that?
it. Yeah, I'm asking a question. Do you understand that it's in the Bible that you don't commit adultery?
I do understand that, yes.
But you were doing it, right?
I've answered this question several times now. Yes, sir, I will.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your statements. You freely admitted, I believe, on direct examination, that you have lied to police throughout this process.
Correct.
As you sit there today, even you admitted that your testimony is unreliable because you're a liar.
What's the question?
You admit that you're unreliable because of the lies you told and the deception you have practiced.
No, I do not admit that.
So you finally decided to tell the truth today, huh?
I decided to tell the truth once I had protection from your client, once my family was protected from her and her threats.
You were scared of it?
Yes.
Why didn't you leave her? Better yet, why didn't you go tell the police?
I was in jail during this time.
Well, I'm talking about that period in between. When you say all this happened, you, at that point, based on your testimony, you hadn't done anything wrong, right? When you get rid of the body, your testimony is you didn't have anything to do with the shooting. You didn't know it was going to happen, right?
That's correct. I did not know the shooting was going to happen.
Okay. So you had no agreement with Meagan Jackson to commit a crime until afterwards when you took the body and you did that by yourself. She went with it.
We both picked up the body from the scene of death immediately after the death occurred.
Who took the body to the river?
I took the body to the river.
She was not with you in that trip?
Not when I took the body to the river.
Okay. Now, what I'm saying is, you're a grown man. In fact, you were a county officer. True? Deputy Carter, a county officer.
True.
And you knew most of these policemen, didn't you?
Several of them, yes.
They were friends.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you were friends with the police?
I wouldn't say we were friends. I worked alongside them frequently.
Well, they knew who you were. You knew who they were.
Some of them, yes.
Part of your job was working with the police.
Objection, Your Honor. He's not asking questions. He's simply making
Ask your question. Isn't it true that part of your job is working with the police?
Yes.
So what stopped you from going to one of your acquaintances and telling them what happened?
The fact that your client told me that if I did that, she would kill me, and I had watched her kill the father of her kids, so I believed her.
Well, why don't you go tell the police that part of the story?
Why don't I?
Yeah, you have her picked up by the police before you did anything wrong.
Because I was afraid she was going to kill me if I told the truth.
You don't expect this jury to believe that you were scared of that woman to such an extent that you wouldn't report what you consider to be and are now telling us it's her misconduct.
What was the question?
Are you scared? You said you did things wrong, but you scared of that woman sitting over there.
Absolutely.
My question is, as a county officer, why did you take matters into your own hand and report her and see that justice was served on her?
I've answered this question twice already, and the answer is because she told me she would kill me, and I had seen her kill the father of her kids, and I believed that she would kill me as well.
Okay. So, but nothing kept you from reporting it except your fear.
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered multiple times.
I got him on cross and work.
Go ahead. Ask your question to you.
Nothing except your fear of that little woman there prevented you from reporting these incidents to the police. True or false?
That's true.
Okay. Now, let's look at your guilty plea. You remember that pretty well?
I believe so.
Okay. And let me take you through what I believe happened there. You remember who the judge was?
Who the judge was?
Yes.
Alex Hunter.
Yeah. So you decided at the last minute, right as Ms. Waller was standing up, make an open statement, that you were going to plead to something, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so once you said that, they shifted into a guilty plea instead of a full-blown trial. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Okay. And part of that process was to stand you up in front of the judge and put you under oath.
Correct.
Okay. So in other words, you swore in at that setting to tell the truth to a sitting circuit judge.
Objection, Your Honor. Still not a question.
He was asking the questions, right?
The judge was, yes.
Judge Howland was asking the questions.
Yes.
And you were responding, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you told him you were going to tell the truth. Didn't you?
Yes.
And then what happened was Ms. Walter stood up in front of the judge and she gave a rendition of the facts that was going to be a part of the guilty plea. Isn't that true?
I believe so, yes.
I don't want to be cut you off.
Answer the question.
So you there, you saw what happened. The charge talking to the judge. Didn't
What's
you?
the question?
Your Honor, I'm just going to ask that he ask questions rather than make statements.
Didn't I say question? I said, didn't you stand in front of the judge after Ms. Walter has spoken to the judge?
Yes.
Right. And didn't she say in your presence that you had told her you didn't know what happened to Greg Rice the night that he was brought to the funeral? You didn't say that, did you?
I don't recall saying that. Do you have something I could read?
Yeah, let me give you something.
Can I see what you're showing him, please?
Yeah. I'm not gonna show him this one, because I know the other one is that, right? It's just like. Yeah. I need one of this. Second, right? More business. Yes. Yeah, I just turned there for. we did. I'm not gonna ask about it, you might want.
Defendant's one more.
Okay, for identification. Your guilty plea. You like this lady here to take everything down?
I'm familiar.
That's what it's doing. Okay? Now, I'm interested in page 7, starting at line 15. I'll just read that and I'll let you say, oh gosh, hey, we need to get his hands to us all. He can't. Okay, I'm sorry. 15. Can you see it well enough to read?
What's that?
Can you see it well enough to read?
I can, yes, sir.
Line
18.
17 through 21. Okay, pages. So pages.
On which page?
Page 8.
Page 8. And what line?
Let's just go. Let's go to line 16, beginning with according to.
What date is this statement from? This is from me.
Page 8.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. This is you just like this. All right. Second. I'll call the jury if you want to take wrong thing.
Defendant's two for identification. If you're showing him something different, can I see it, please?
Excuse me?
If you're showing him something different, may I see what you're showing him, please?
No, I showed you one, I showed you.
You just switched out the exhibit.
I've got mine up there. I should, but what you saw went over, you did mine, I showed you mine. You can see it.
I'm asking to see what you are going to show Mr. Dontell.
You were trying to find a point out on something else. Yeah. Still got it wrong. Yes, sir. All right. Your Honor, can I show you this one? Even though it has lines on it.
If it's not an exhibit.
Yep.
And it's three for identification.
Finally got the right one. This is that same transcript we've been talking about. Okay. This is part of what Mr. Walker was saying. You can look around and see all that. This is her talk to the judge, and I'm interested in 17, 18, and 19.
17, 18, and 19.
See if that refreshes your memory.
It doesn't really refresh my memory. What exactly are we looking for?
Doesn't it say that you told Ms. Walker?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think that's it.
No, that's not in the evidence.
Well, the fact of the matter is, you told, did you not tell, did Ms. Walker not tell the judge, told the judge, you claim you didn't.
Objection, Your Honor.
Saying he said he didn't recall. And he said that did not refresh his memory.
Have to come out another way. Do you then deny, sir, that you told Ms. Walker you didn't know what happened to Craig Rice that night? Do you deny that?
Objection. Just as to which time, if we're talking about the,
Overruled, I'll allow that.
You read this, you deny it,
Do I deny that I told Ms. Walter
that you don't know what happened to Craig Rice that night?
on what date are we speaking of when I spoke with Ms. Walter?
Like October 2nd, 2020.
I didn't speak with Ms. Walter on October 2nd.
No, you were talking about October 2nd, 2020. That's denied.
Right. I'm sorry, I just don't understand what you're asking me. You're asking me when which conversation that I had with Ms. Walter are you referring to?
No, you're not having a conversation with her in this one. You've already had that conversation.
I apologize. I really apologize. I'm just not following.
What? What's your objection?
that's not a question. He's making statements, and also Mr. Dontell is simply.
Well, he's asking a back question. My understanding is at his guilty plea, you recited the facts, and that was your facts. And he's asking him, does he recall that?
And he's already said he does not recall, and that doesn't refresh his recollection.
Let's ask him the question.
Then I'm gonna stay on this point. All right, if we're here for 100 years, because this is an official transcript of his guilty plea, it recites what Ms. Walker said. It's crucial to put into evidence that he already told another lie.
Well, you can put the transcript into evidence.
All right, but I need to talk to you about that. Can I put it in for impeachment purposes only and not for the exhibit? I mean, I don't want to introduce any evidence.
Well, then don't put it in, but you're not gonna be able to read it.
Judge, I'd like to set this witness aside for a minute and call Ms. Walker.
Let's finish cross-examination.
You know, I'd like to believe for a few minutes, see if I can get a hold of Judge Hunt.
Hold on a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to take up a matter of law. I'm going to choose you back to jury room in just a few minutes. Mr. President, correct me if I'm wrong, I get the impression that you want to impeach him on a document, which is a transcript, which he says does not refresh his memory. You want to get that transcript to the jury, but you don't want to introduce it as evidence because you want to be able to close last and close an argument.
All I want you to do is read 2 lines from the transcript.
Well, you're going to, and he read it, and that refreshes memory. The only way it can be published to the jury is if you introduce it into evidence.
Well, I'd like you to review the transcript. I just,
For what reason?
Well, because there's Ms. Walker and I both know she made that statement to the judge. And we looked up, so.
Well, I think you're caught in a choice. If you want that information to go to the jury, you're going to have to put the transcript into evidence, which you're entitled to do. But you're not entitled to get something to the jury for the jury to review without it being in evidence.
I believe the law on this is, if I use it for impeachment purposes, it's not introducing substantive evidence.
I need the authority on that.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I need about 5 minutes right now.
All right. I'll give that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll stand in recess for about 10 minutes, okay?
Mr. President, the authority. I judge on the authority issue. Seemed a little vague to me, but I think it might be a little risky the way I read it.
Oh, it's already, I think it was 608.
Yeah, yes, sir.
You can ask him, he's got a prior inconsistent statement, if he admits to the prior inconsistent statement, that's it, it doesn't come in. If he denies it, he introduces the prior inconsistent statement to impeach his testimony, but you're not going to be able to use it to impeach his testimony without introducing it to that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I believe it. Yeah.
So we're gonna move on past that right now. We need to try to figure out how to skin the cat.
I understand.
And we made us get over that part for us. But we might put the transcript in later. It's a 12 document. It's a judicial proceeding. It's not hearsay. It's admissible in its own right.
I understand that. That's right.
And the state would have no objection to that admission.
But you're not going to be able to you're not going to be able to get it to the jury to impeach this witness's testimony without introducing it into that.
We understand that.
Yes,
Thank you for clarification.
All right, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No.
All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Make sure you have your own notepads and nobody else's notepads. Brittany, we continue to cross-examine.
With Dontell, is your testimony today, you don't remember what was said at your
My testimony is not that I don't remember what was said at the guilty plea.
So you do remember, you told me Walter that you know what happened to Greg Rice that night?
Objection.
Or do you?
Oh, he said I'll allow that question. Go ahead.
Could you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you admit that you told Mr. Walter as part of the guilty plea, well, you didn't know what happened to Greg Rice the night of October 2nd, 2020, or did you not say that?
I don't recall saying that.
Well, that's just another lie, Mr. Dontell. That's the biggest thing in your life. That guilty plea.
My answer would be no, it's not a lie.
Oh, it's not a lie. Do you deny that?
I don't recall saying it.
So you don't recall what was said about you in your guilty plea?
Objection. Ask and answer.
Same question.
Yeah, I think I cut you off on that.
No.
But that was, the guilty plea is a significant event in your life, what?
Yes.
You never pled guilty to anything before, Ted.
No, I never.
So, you were paying close attention to what was going on, I assume.
I was doing my best, yes.
And you were answering Judge Hyman's questions well you could.
Of course.
And then he asked you if what Ms. Walker said was true and accurate, and you said, yes, sir.
I don't recall specifically.
Because if you said no, sir, he wouldn't have taken the plea. Isn't that true?
I don't know. I've never done this before.
Is it more likely that you said yes, sir, or no, sir?
Objection, Your Honor. He said he doesn't recall.
All right, let's move on a bit. Now, this business, if you have an affair with Ms. Jackson, that ended up producing a pregnancy, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay. You got no qualm about the fact that's your baby, right?
I've never been 100% certain in my heart.
You found out about it. You started making fun of it. You contacted Frank Howard, didn't you? And told him that you can get a trip to Florida out of this.
What's the question, sir?
I said, you contacted Frank Hamilton about her pregnancy. And y'all had some laughs over it. And you said, by the way, I'm gonna get a free trip to Florida out of this. And then you went to Florida. After the pregnancy was found returned. Is that true?
I don't recall. This is 5 years ago,
You don't
sir.
recall that you made fun of your mistress with a friend and that you got a free trip to Florida out of the abortion question?
I don't recall that.
Did you send her memes showing a port on it? You don't deny wanting the baby aborted, do you?
I don't deny that we had agreed that she was going to get an abortion. Yes,
You wanted the abortion, right?
I would say so. Yes.
Yeah, you wanted to keep having sex with your wife and with Miss Jackson. You didn't want to show it. Isn't that true?
That's not the reason.
Well, let's put it like this. Did you do your wife the courtesy of wearing a condom when you were having sex with Miss Jackson? You don't remember using a condom or not? You don't remember anything, do you?
Are you talking about a specific occasion?
Any occasion. Did you always use a condom to protect your wife from what may happen in the sex act or for her getting pregnant? Did you always use a condom?
No.
All right. So you had unprotected sex with her. And as a result of it, it was a pregnancy.
I believe I already answered that question as well.
Now, I think you testified earlier that you were hoping for a lesser sentence. Isn't that true?
Yes.
In this courtroom, you said that, so you have to remember that. That just happened about 45 minutes ago, so you remember saying that, don't you?
I do remember saying that. Yes, sir.
Now, you have a history throughout these issues of trying to get what you want. That's part of your MO. You know, you wanted to have sex with your wife, and you want to have sex with Miss Jackson. As long as you want it, you got it for months. True?
True. And I'm sorry, but I feel like I've already answered that 5 or 6 times as well.
I want to hear it again. That's one thing. You don't tell me what questions I ask.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's move on. You're not going to start crying, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's move on. Now, this, you came in with forget the plea agreement right now. You came in with a handwritten statement when you were sitting down with the police. Isn't that true?
Correct.
You don't remember that?
True, I remember that.
Okay. You just testified to it on correct now, right?
And I just testified that I remember that.
Okay, you look like you weren't so sure.
Objection, Your Honor.
You sure? Let's move on. Is that true?
The question is, am I sure again? Yes, I'm sure.
Now, that statement wasn't true, was it?
Which statement?
The written statement.
The written statement was not true in its entirety, no.
Right, in other words, in the written statement, you said that you weren't around for any killing. That Miss Jackson came to you and told you she had killed Mr. Rice. Isn't that what you said in the written statement?
Yeah, I also have already testified today that I did not tell the complete truth until my attorney arranged with the police to put a GPS safety area around my family. And once that was in place, I told the complete truth, and I've done so ever since.
Well, you admitted here, and this is one example of it, is not to producing false statements to significant officials like the police.
I did admit that already. Yes, sir.
This is just another example.
Objection, there's no question there.
Yes, it's a question. Isn't it?
I would say yes, that is another example.
Now, you testified that you're worried about your family, right?
Correct.
You weren't worried about when you were having sex with Meagan Jackson, were you?
She had not threatened to kill me at that point.
Hold on. You may not remember this, let me ask you anyway. On the night of the killing, sometime in connection with the date of October 2nd, 2020, did you come in contact with did you certify the death of a body that belonged to Mr. Fisher?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember talking to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home people about the paperwork that hadn't been properly filled out? Does that ring a bell?
I'm not denying that that took place, but it does not ring a bell. No.
Do you remember what you did with that body?
I already testified. I don't remember that body. I handled 600 bodies, sir, and this was 5 years ago.
Could you take him to the county morgue in the coroner's office?
Objection, Your Honor. He said he doesn't remember.
I'm not accepting that. I'm on my own. Could you take him to the county morgue there in the coroner's office?
I could have, yes, sir.
And do you know, sitting here today, what happened to that man? Where she was?
I don't recall that particular case.
And it happened the same day of what you described as killing Greg Rice, didn't it?
I don't recall that particular case.
You don't recall hardly anything, do you?
I recall quite a bit, but not any of the last several questions that you asked me.
You don't recall anything I'm trying to ask you that's got any significance. You just say you don't recall. That's what you say.
Please explain the significance, because I would love to answer it properly so that everybody understands what you're asking and what my answer is.
It's a mystery.
It is.
It's the same day. And honestly, your testimony, there's going to be a cooler that Mr. Rice goes in. So, for some reason, that body doesn't go to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. It goes to the morgue, and nobody I know knows what happened to it after that. Do you? Do you guess? You don't recall.
I don't.
Are you ready?
Court's indulgence for a moment. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Mr. Britton brought up the 10 Commandments. I think we all know that thou shalt not commit adultery is one of the commandments. Do you know if thou shalt not kill is also a commandment?
I do know that that is a commandment.
And yet did the defendant break that commandment?
Yes.
She doesn't need to characterize what we're doing. She asked you a question. Overruled.
Mr. Britton asked you if you lied multiple times and you admitted that you had. Did the defendant also lie multiple times?
Yes.
Mr. Britton seemed to poke fun of the fact that you were afraid of a quote-unquote little woman. Can you explain to the jury why, despite her apparent diminutive size, you are afraid of the defendant?
The primary reason is because I watched the defendant murder Gregory Rice by shooting him several times, and then she told me she would kill me if I didn't do what she asked in helping him get rid of her and to never tell the truth about what happened. The answer is yes, I'm afraid of her regardless of her diminutive size.
And then there's been quite a bit of questioning about what happened at the time of the plea and then leading up to your conversation with the state a couple days later. I think it would have been 2 or 3 days later. Was the defendant out of custody during that time period when you made the plea all the way up until sometime earlier this year?
I believe so. To my personal knowledge, I believe she was out on bond during that time.
Do you have the same, straight back. Mr. Britton was just asking you about, I don't even remember his name, Mr. Fisher or some decedent. Is there something about the night of October 2nd that makes you remember that night when you don't remember one decedent out of 600 that you've dealt with? Did that make sense to you?
Something particular that happened that night is the murder of Gregory Rice. I recall that and everything that goes along with that. But this Mr. Fisher, assuming that he died that date, was not, I didn't witness his death, and I didn't, I wasn't provided any details to recall specifics about that case. So I simply don't recall that particular case without some type of refresher.
Nothing further on.
All right, you may step in.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for the evening. We bring you notepads in the jury box. Do not discuss the case even among yourselves. Open up any investigations or project news. And that's please be back at 10:15 tomorrow morning. And we'll be started. Thank you very much.
Hey there, thanks for stopping in. We hope you will join us again. We all look forward to next time. We get to talk about true crime. Clues. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests. Our true crime family is great. All types of topics we debate. Smash that like and ring that bell. Hit subscribe, you might as well.